Alright, how's everyone doing? Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Me, I destroyed my sleep schedule. Or, you know what? I'm going to blame it on the Swordsplosion. Swordsplosion haunted my dreams to the point where I didn't do that sleep thing too good. But, we'll get up and running, because I got extra strong coffee today. Nah. Chester, Pico, Time I Got Back, Reckless Monster, Chimpy, Cryptar, Strawberry Sinju, Space Kitty, Dag, Daniel, Whirls. Hope you're all incredible. Torg needs more buffs. Of course, Chimpy. It's not enough. It hasn't been enough yet. There's still oceans that exist somewhere on some plane of existence, and Torg ain't having that. Nice beanie. Thank you, Briz. Hey, Steve-O, how you doing? Zippers, good to see ya. Buff to shotguns, give them more reload speed. I like it. Can I get that Jamaican Blue Mountain coffee? Is good? You recommend? I usually just have, what is it? Cafe Bustelo? Yeah, that's usually what I buy. It's like right there. More! Guitar solo intensifies. Yeah, Daniel. Yeah. Jester, how you doing? Okay, so I've got a bunch of setups I want to play today, but some of them involve not using the Swordsplosion, and I know I'm gonna absolutely hate the impact this gun has on the game if it stays the way it is, so I'm gonna use it as much as I can before I accept that. So I think we'll start with the Mist Dancer build, and we'll use Swordsplosions, and yeah, we'll have a blast for a bit, and then we'll switch off to other things. There's also a bunch of Torgs I want to farm for now, so we'll see how much success I have with that. Yes, I made another armor mule, as I do every day right before stream. Feeling too sick to work, which I started my job 3 months ago, so I got like 6 hours, which stresses me out more, make me feel more sick. I actually empathize with that heavily, Orbitron. I get you. I don't have any advice, but the best I can offer is words of encouragement from someone who's been through much the same. You, in a couple months, will thank you now for your unfortunate situation. So is Furior the only manufacturer yet to be buffed for guns, or am I forgetting something? Furior shotguns were buffed, Pris. So every manufacturer has gotten some sort of buff at this point. Which, you know, like, maybe that makes the buffs harder to predict rather than easier. They're doing some wild card stuff. Oh, where's my icons? Okay, there's my icons.
Come on, have some fun.
Hey, Carrion, how you doing? Can I see your skill tree, please? Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Yummy indeed, Will Pat. How are you? Yeah, that's my skill tree. Good timing. It's absolutely bonkers. Broken the Blade Blast is. It was a lot of fun messing with it last night. Yeah, it's one of those things that you can identify instantly. Okay, this is too much. But it's also fun. But, like, the reason why it's too much is because you have to compare it to everything else in the game, and then also where it comes from. This isn't like a, hey, ultimate reward for clearing the hardest boss. Nah, this shit comes from LeChance. You get this at like level 20. Imagine getting a Swordsplosion in a playthrough now. Actually helped. I'm glad. I like way more fun than Pixies. Yeah, you're taking more of an active role with this gun. Chance is the hardest boss because he's too gorgeous. You know, you got me there. LeChance has that friendship buff to his attractiveness. He's a little friend. This gun is insane. So the last 40 minutes working on audio settings in OBS, so my mic's content ready. Nice, micro. Audio is difficult. It is, some people are better at that shit than others. I'm not great at it, but getting off to a point where it's functional is always something to be celebrated. Yo, time I got back.
More Swordsplosions, please.
Thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. More Swordsplosions. I can do that. I can do that. Swordsplosion is chat animation though? True. The only times 3 Swordsplosion is level 38 that I got a while back, still Rex on Chaos 30. Yeah, Roddy. Yeah, it's just one of those guns. Swordsplosion is just the free radical of this game, if you guys remember.
More Swordsplosions, please.
Yeah, so nice, it alerted twice. Honestly, I just could never bring myself to fix the double alert bug because I just find it amusing to hear the messages in 2 voices. But yeah, Swordsplosion is totally the free radical of this game, except it's base game, and it's here on month 2. Month 1.5. Rather than coming in at the 1.5 mark in the 6th DLC. Like, this is some build diversity ending shit. You'll think about guns, and it'll be like, okay, so what do I want to use if I'm not using the Swordsplosion? Is that a submachine gun? No. Free Radical was a pistol. Free Radical was the pistol that came in the DLC after the SMG that was better than that. Does Spellshot Warcaster synergize with Torque Stickies, and is that juice worth the squeeze? You could get some value out of that, Daniel. I'd say if you were going to try to do Warcaster stuff like that with stickies, I'd say you want to get the Graveborn Capstone as well, because that'll allow you to trigger Warcaster by casting spells instead of killing, and the time when you're going to most want that extra sticky stuff with your Tor guns from Warcaster is going to be while you're bossing, which is where you're unlikely to be killing things. So, on a dead shot, yeah, you can do some Warcaster shenanigans. Other ways you could do cool stuff with this, Sabomancer has the Capstone with Universal Soldier, or Ghostblade with Universal Soldier. Either of those will work. Clawbringer can do Storm Dragon's Judgment for Universal Soldier. Of course, Spore Warden has its ammo regen. Spellshot can use Glass Cannon to keep a last gasp broken and just regen ammo. There's lots of classes with options for Torque Sticky abuse. This gun still feels interesting and not just a power crept version of previous weapons like Elite Swordsplosion has something unique going for it with the swords. That's true. That's true. But it is a little too much power-wise. Like, I used a non-elemental, not even chaotic one to kill a raid boss before it could do any animations on a multi-class that is not particularly dripped out in terms of damage formula. Like, it's a little much. It feels a lot better now. I'd love that if they toned it down, I would love for them to keep the wait, is the thing not over here? Oh, huh. Autopilot. I would love for them to keep the fire rate intact. That'd be very important to me. Morning, Worlds. How you doing? Cosmic Owl, good to see you. Urban Mech, hope you're fantastic. Curse Crabs, Evil Eye Crabs don't stand a chance now. Yeah, they're just not gonna have a good time. Seeing Hyper on Swordsplosion is actually stronger than times 18 for bossing. Yeah, so the thing about it, Al, is Swordsplosion is unquestionably the most damaging gun in the game. Like, the highest DPS output weapon, it's the Swordsplosion. It's not close. There's nothing that even contests it. Not any of the other stickies, not the Sawmill. It's not close. You had, even with peak Borderlands 3 unbalanced weaponry, where the Free Radical was like this utter monster, you had situations with some builds where you could out DPS it with other things. That's not a thing in this game. Swordsplosion is just better. As simple as that. It's clear cut, actual best. Like, it's just how it is. There's no contest. And you guys know how much I hate saying there's a best gun, but it's just, it is. A lot of things too strong? Yeah. To compete with Swordsplosion, let's buff Pixies. So, I had a tinfoil hat spaghetti thought, right? So, since so many of these buffs have lined up with featured runs, I was looking at what things have not been buffed in association with them being featured. I was looking at a couple enemies that drop Furior SMGs. So, like, what if they buff Furior SMGs to buff the uniques, and then just don't care that it also buffs Pixies? Now, people primarily use pistol Pixies, but still, it'd be funny.
Bad luck, a bad choice. The stuff legends are made of. Wings of death.
Shout out Ludite buff, it also didn't need to happen. Yeah, but it's crazy that the Ludite was one of the highest DPS guns in the game. And it was buffed, and now it's also not the highest DPS gun in the game. Wow. It also fell in the rankings. It's wild power increases. Yeah, it went crazy, give me a Primordial Rain of Arrows, then a World Drop Volatile Cryo Swordsplosion, then a Primordial Cryo Swordsplosion from LeChance, all in 3 featured runs. That's crazy, Meteor's Gallivant. Congrats. We've moved on from Buffmeister, it's all about that Swordsplosion now. I'm sure there's people combining the two. Changed the build at all since earlier this week, you just plug in Swordsplosion. I just plugged in Swordsplosion. Chester. It's just... Remember that thing I kept stressing about how, hey, the uniques in this game require you to actually structure your build around them? Yeah, this gun ain't that. Just plug and play. This is a missed answer. Can you see the armor? Yeah, well, let me do it after the runtime. It's... Only have ×1 Swordsplosion, still melts when I tried it. It's on a spell build as well. So the thing with Swordsplosion is ×1 versus ×3. I prefer ×3 in mobbing because it gets you to your damage faster, and more instances in this build means more play the angles chances. So it does mob faster. It goes through your ammo a lot faster, but it mobs faster. Now ×1 is more potential damage. It's just over a longer period of time. So when bossing, ×1 is the play. When mobbing, ×3 is the play. But both versions of the gun are so powerful that you can use them each for each purpose. This is a ×3 that I'm using at the moment. Morning Hazel. 3 chaos runs, no Torgs, no Splosions, none in bank. As Hoarder, what was I thinking? I was throwing away my Swordsplosions too, Hazel. I hope they don't fix this today so I can try this silliness. This evening. Game's still great. Yeah, game's still great. I'm hopeful that if they do fix this, which I do want them to, that they don't put the gun all the way back to where it was. Like, I honestly think they could have just... So there's like a bug with the sticky mode on this gun that they fixed. And then they also buffed it, and then they also buffed the entire manufacturer. They could have done just the bug fix, and then, you know, gone from there. So maybe undo the manufacturer buff. And see how it feels. Impact didn't need a buff, to be honest, but Stickies didn't. Did Impact need a buff? Because Impact and Stickies were buffed by the same amount, so, like, it had no... Forgive the pun. Impact. And I was able to kill with Impact on my better Torg weapons. Projectile speed needs to love. That was a good change, Shag. I agree with that. The projectile speed and fire rate increases are huge quality of life, and just, I think those were great. Because the gun didn't feel good to use. It wasn't just that it had bad damage before, which it did. It was terrible. But it also didn't feel good. But now it feels... I don't know. What's the term I'm looking for? Active? If that makes sense? It feels active. Didn't CC say the stickies had a scaling bug corrected? Yeah, basically the stickies were the liquid cooling problem in reverse. Where liquid cooling was scaling away it shouldn't have, the stickies were not scaling the way they should have. It felt clunky? Yeah. Any way to tell what my sticky multiplier is after getting enchantment card doesn't say? You're gonna have to learn that one, Daniel. It's like weapon to weapon. Excuse me, allergies. 1 second. You're gonna have to learn that based on parts and weapon to weapon. Swordsplosion sticky mult is 30%. I can tell you that much. It's 30%. Whereas on Ludites, it's shit, I don't remember. The 35? I want to say it's 35 on Ludites. 18 on 3-bag body rockers. Yo, Cheese, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. How's rest of stream? How are you? Ganza, you literally scared the shit out of me. Like, I had to get up and go. You know what you did. How's everyone doing? Tatsu, not a spee. Mr. Adblock, Portal Knight, Dagacha, and everyone else. We are also sword-sploding and stuffing things. It's crazy. It's craziness. Man, should find a Ludite last night. Should I look for Swordsplosion instead to beat Chaos 7 Drill? Swordsplosion is just like the best gun in the game right now, Borbotron. And I hate saying best, it just is. It does more damage. It's pretty ammo efficient in a ×1. It's very easy to get because LeChance is an easy farm. Also, it's in the world drop pool. Also, it comes from the bunnies. Like, it's just easy to get and really, really good. I'd argue it's easier to get a Swordsplosion than it is to get a Ludite. This is an even more extreme Hellwalker buff. A gun we thought was cool, wasn't real strong, they made it really strong. Well, the thing with that, though, Flight, is the Hellwalker wasn't buffed to actually be top tier. It was really good and really accessible. It shares that. But the Hellwalker was not best in slot for a single thing at the highest levels of Borderlands 3's endgame. Whereas the Swordsplosion is best for everything at the highest levels of Wonderlands' endgame. I see headcanon. I do have a headcanon. Well, yeah, since the more extreme, I got you. Chaotic Cannonballer. I want more Cannonballers. I would love to see a projectile behavior change on this gun, because the damage is actually really good. And the effect is neat. It's just the trajectory. It's actually set up in a way that for you to effectively hit enemies, you have to also be in the blast radius, unless they're like the size of that anchor or bigger. It's very awkward. Imminent Calamity with extra projectile. That's interesting. Imminent Calamity is very short cooldowns. pick that up. Talking Cannonballer? Yes, sir. Cannonballer's great. Hi, Lichads, bye, Lichads. Yeah, Samantha, it's brutal. Poor Lichad. Lichum. Get it? Cause Chums dies fast. Hey, Fleece, how are you today? Love the sounds of this game. Oh, they're so great to gotcha. Will change. I don't like Calamity spells much, just feels like the enemies walk away from it. The imminent calamities are the fast ones, Flight, so maybe that kind will be up your alley. Oops. That's fine. My mushroom will save me. I'll just keep doing damage. This is a non-elemental ×3, by the way. Which is not one of the better variants for this fight. Not enough damage, I swear. Buff it again. Yeah, like, if I was using an appropriate one for this situation, holy. This gun is insane. Actually, thought of one phase. Not ×1's way better for bossing, because you get a lot more stickies placed. No one phase trash gun. ×3 can one phase? Yeah, it can. Just my current setup is not conducive to that. Goes a lot smoother on Bunny, though. If I'd switched off from the shadows to Blizzard, yeah, that'd have been one phase. We gotta buff Swordsplosions, gotta do magic missiles type of damage. If you know what I'm saying. Or blow up the entire ocean, yeah. Use some stuff to make the gun better on my grave. Choice of element matters a lot. And another big thing to note with boosts in this game, area damage is a lot less prevalent. It's a lot harder to get. You can area damage on your armor. Berserker is the only one with area damage in skill tree, and then the only other source of area damage is a few specific gun enchants, which usually require you to kill something or have just used an action skill or just ended an action skill, and those are just 5 seconds long. So you don't get great uptime on those in, say, bossing scenarios. So getting area damage on your armor, that actually goes a long way. Long way. Corrupted Plate Mail is kind of murdering my damage on Swordsplosion because area damage is a big selling point of it. Bonus elements don't get area damage. So 30% of my damage just doesn't get the area damage stat. So I am lowering my damage by having that armor equipped. I just don't care because it's fun. Laser hand any good? It's fun. I wouldn't call it good, but it's fun. ×8 magic missiles were the best. Are you talking about the bad spell from Borderlands 2? Because, like, okay. But what about the magic missile in this game that blows up a literal ocean? It's good for slag, that's it, and there are better things for slagging. It wasn't even good in the category of the only thing it was good at. Kind of an L of an item. Hawkins Wrath is mid. I don't know about that one, Sinju. I don't know about that one. Building to get time? Yeah. Betties are better. Betties are absolutely better. Betties, crossfires. Tiny Tina Swordsplosion comes with a full game and other not-important guns. Exactly that, Reckless Monster. Exactly that. Hawkins is definitely not mid. Yeah, Hawkins is kinda crazy. So, the thing with Hawkins, it's like Borderlands 3, excuse me, Baby Maker, where the gun is kinda okay until you miss. So with the Baby Maker, you would want to chuck it and make sure you don't hit anything so that the drones could fly and do the work for you, because that's where the real damage was. Same thing with the Hawken. You do not want to shoot this on impact, it's mediocre. You do not want to sticky the enemy directly, it's mediocre. What you want to do is, let's say that's the enemy over there, you sticky somewhere else, and then you reload, and then all the birds will fly to that enemy. So, you can take the Hawken, go into a Chaos Chamber room, go somewhere where there's reasonable density, or at least where you know the enemies are going to close in on you, and just start putting stickies everywhere. And then you reload, and then they seek out all the enemies and clear the whole room. It's really strong. Longbow transfusions, those were good too. Yeah, I'll go over the spec in one moment for you guys. I just want to get all my crystals in here, because there's a couple runs yesterday where I forgot to spend them all, because I have no attention span. Alright, so, skill tree wise, it's very straightforward. This is primarily a Spore Warden gun build that we are using from the shadows from Stabomancer to get more consistency out of play the angles and some easier access to single target damage. So, Spore Warden all the way to cap. All the way to cap. Is my nose bleeding? No, it's not. We take the gun damage, we take enough cooldown to get down the tree. We take ability damage, the mag size is very important, fire rate, move speed, pet revive, all that stuff to get down here. We max Wrath of Nature, we take Headhunter, we take Play the Angles. Now, our only source of ability damage in the entire spec is Play the Angles. So we don't get great uptime on Wrath of Nature in most situations, because most enemies die before we can even apply it to them. Like, if you get hit by Play the Angles and live, cool. You're gonna definitely die from the next hit. But for the most part, this is inconsistent, which is why Exploit Their Weakness over here in Stabo Tree is very, very nice. It's the same type of damage boost as Wrath of Nature, except this one's way more accessible on single target. Yo, Mr. Adblock.
Swordsplosion makes me chum.
Swordsplosion makes me chum too, brother. Thank you so much, Mr. Adblock, for the $30. Does Play the Angle send stickies everywhere? It does. Over in Stabo Tree. Now, Stabomancer Tree is not good. Like, the class has good things in its kit, but if you look at the class on a greater level, it's hard carried by this action skill from the shadows and the things on the right side of the tree. Everything in the middle and left column is either situational, redundant with something another class has, or outright mediocre. I'll prove it to you. Redundant and mediocre, Arsenal. It's 3% stat boost per point. This is like, you can get more of this anywhere else. Anywhere else. It's a thing you only really take if you're either doing paradigm stuff, or your second class is really starved for stat boost. So let's say my second class here was a Clawbringer, does not have much gun damage in tree, Arsenal value goes up. But since this class is a Spore Warden, which does have gun damage in tier 1, same tier, greater value, long story short, Stabo mid, yeah. Haste is good, movement speed and attack speed, and we do need to get down the tiers, so that'll get us down. Potent Poisons helps our Dark Magic dots from Plate Mail, so that gets us down the tree as well. Swift Death is extremely mediocre. We are only taking it here because Spore Warden's formula is also mediocre. It's just Spore Warden has better stuff for formula down here in this tier. We don't go to that tier in Stabo, so this means we don't have to worry about 1,000 Cuds, which is in the same boat as Swift Death being mediocre. Nimble Fingers is good, but situational and not worth our skill points here. Shadow Step is kind of trash. Sneak attack is very low value, and it's additive with something you already have a lot of. If you have max strength, Village Idiot, this means basically nothing to you. Elusive's okay. Nice QOL, sprinting and shooting, and the occasional evasion is nice. And Contagion is great when built around. We just have a point here so that it is easier to get our Exploit Their Weakness rolling. This is not a dot build. We're not going to get the crazy Contagion loops that you might be familiar with from my other build, but yeah. And hero stats wise, we max strength, we max wisdom to improve our dark magic status effects for a little more healing, put some points into constitution, and then a couple into intelligence and attunement because I wanted to round those numbers out. But constitution is mostly taken to give our ward more buffers so I can keep this enchant up. While health is full, gain 25% gun damage, 25% crit damage. Now, the thing with this enchantment is this is neither gun damage nor crit damage. This is two separate instances of conditional damage, which is a separate damage category. If you're familiar with the Berserker skill, The Old Ways, it's that kind of damage. But this applies under two different conditions. You'll get 25% of it when you deal gun damage, and you'll get the other 25 when you crit. Now, if you use a gun that crits, you get both halves of this. You get a 50% conditional damage bonus. And that category is actually rather hard to get boosts in. Like, you're talking... The biggest boosts in conditional are Spellblade, The Old Ways, and Cursed Wit. Those are the only ones I can think of off the top of my head. I'm sure there's others, but those are like the most prevalent ones. So this enchant is really good. So maintaining your health is very, very important for good damage output. Hey, Lazy, how you doing? Rings-wise, you know, just gun stuff, Shark's-Bane, ooh-ha-ha. Plate mail, as I mentioned before, I like plate mail for non-elemental guns. It has extra synergy with the head cannon because it triggers its on-hit effect again. We'll do a run with head cannon next run. It does actively weaken your splash guns, but for non-splash guns, it's really nice. I'm using Spectral Talons just because they're like racks, and I find that funny. A Theurge is to lower my downtime from the shadows, and we've got an Amp Echo Twin Soul, so that when I melee an enemy, I deliver a big chunk of damage, and I also buff my next 3 shots. What's the head cannon? It's a quest reward. It makes an explosion when you crit. And it's pretty powerful. Now, because the entire Torg manufacturer got buffed, so did head cannon. So it's pretty good. It's not going to be like a boss melting gun or anything, but it is infinitely satisfying in mobbing. There's no it's not weakening splash guns if you don't have area damage boost. Right, and area damage boosts are less common. You're talking very specific enchantments, or your armor, or be a berserker with points in Ancient Fury. Other than that, you're good.
Choose, Fate Maker.
The Olive Torque didn't get buffed. Based on how the notes looked, it shouldn't have been Olive Torque, because it was under the shotgun section. But it was Olive Torque. Once we got in the game and actually looked.
Bad luck and bad choices. Dead all the same.
Excuse me, hitboxes. Also bad aim.
Still time to run the other way.
Don't you start, Matt. Didn't realize it was all Torg. Yep, it's the whole manufacturer. There's no rules! Learning that my entire build's wrong within 30 seconds, but it's not wrong, Cheese. You're doing something different. There's more than one way to crack the egg, you know? I've considered switching to an Amp Banshee without Echo, just so that I don't have to deal with the lock-on. So as you can see, if you miss, head cannon's a little punishing. Crit gun, crit gun. Like smashing the egg into the base of the pan and hoping for the best. Honestly, this is the kind of game where that works. So you're all good. You're all good, Lacey. Yo, Viper, thank you for the 21 months with the 20 streak. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And I know the side quest for this pistol. Armageddon Distracted, I believe is the name. It's, I think it's the one in the desert section of the overworld.
Look at this quag. Fine all quag and shit. Keep on quagging quag. Mr. Quagman. Quag hug quag cozy.
Thank you so much, Viper. I appreciate it. It's Asugal? Oh, it's Asugal. It's Asugal. Yeah.
Don't do warning shots.
You can no longer decide whether to roll armor or shotgun bunnies. Roll armor bunnies since you can still get Swordsplosion from Lechance by doing featured runs. Blue Hat Guy mission? I don't remember. I'm gonna be honest, chat. Anything that isn't Chaos Chamber in this game, I just forget because I don't do it. I live in the Chaos Chamber. Can you get Swordsplosion from Lechance by just farming him by himself outside the featured run? Yes, you can. Which kind of begs the question, what happens if you get a Swordsplosion in a story playthrough? Is the game just over? Like, do you ever even pick up another gun? Live in the Chaos Chamber, so that wasn't you farming Parasite yesterday? It's a different guy, Pico. I don't know what you mean. You just slap Monstrosity and delete him? Yes, because I had Echo from a Play the Angles headcanon shot. Play the Angles ricochets are extremely powerful. And keep in mind that Play the Angles is currently bugged and not receiving class power in its formula. So, like, it could be stronger if they fix that bug. Play the Angles Blast Chill, Blast Gasp, and Rebuke Omega Lol, are not currently receiving class power. So, like, this could be better. Think about that. Poor chat, never mind me. Nah, you're good, Lazy. That was a very satisfying group of enemies. Should I do Burr or Spore for a Graveborn gun damage build? Dilbert says spell shot. So, Berserker doesn't give you gun damage, but it does give you, like, everything else in the formula. Spore Warden just gives you gun damage. And then if you go down to Cap, then you get good stuff down here. But, like, Spore Warden, in terms of enhancing a build, it's either you go to this point where you get the mag size and the regen, or you go to this point. And, like, this point doesn't have much value compared to, say, just taking a Berserker. So, it depends on how many points you're willing to use, Sinju. If you go all the way, then yeah, Spore Warden. But if you don't, then Berserker. So it depends on how much Graveborn you want in the build.
Watch out!
Gonna Capstone Graveborn, because that's probably way stronger. You could Cap Grave and then put the rest in Berserker then. Seems like the play. Justify like 95% of Berserker Tree. Everything in Berserker Tree except for Unyielding is amazing. Unyielding is the only one where I'd be like, eh. Do any testing of the new Executioner's Blade buff? Yeah, Jake Lippincott. So basically, Executioner's Blade is still only really good in the situations where it already was. And that's pretty much when it is mechanically advantageous. The damage number isn't ever what was holding that thing back. So, like, if you were already using it, your damage goes up. But if you weren't using it, you don't really have a reason to switch to it, because it's still delayed damage that requires full investment into Stabomancer Tree, which is the weakest skill tree in the game. Yes, weaker than Clawbringer Tree. Now, if you were doing the very specific things that Stabomancer is good at, you can get some pretty good value out of it. But that's very specific builds, and ultimately a lot of them involve waiting for damage. So I don't really think Executioner's Blade is worth it in most setups, and the buff didn't change that. Tried Swordsplosion get the Maker? I've not. Maker's not in this week's featured run, and I've pretty much only done featured runs. Alright, how are we bullying Lachance this time? The other, Swordsplosion. It's that Primordial on the dot save that I forgot to move over again. William with hugs and kisses. What's the new character class? Like a cleric or something? Be interesting. Volatile Cannonballer. Almost 9k. Can I wait for them to release a meme featured run, only evil eye crabs or something? yeah, it'd be funny.
I choose you!
So wait, I think I know another thing that's happening here. I'm pretty sure Plate Mail is applying to my Echo, which makes sense because Groundbreaker got bonus elements, but that's funny. that's funny. Because I saw a very large dark magic number from meleeing just now. There's like some amount in the millions. You shoot the Maker and speed up that talk? Yeah. Is a time 16 Kettle Drum good, or should I just ditch it and hope to get a better one later on? 16 will be okay. Especially if you got it at, like, Volatile or better. Yeah, that'll be fine. Hey Rohith, how you doing? Enjoying the Blade Blast? It's so strong. It's one of those things that once the honeymoon phase is over, you probably won't catch me using it much. But I'll enjoy it right now. It's chaotic, sadly. Probably hold out for 21 or better, then. Allergies again. Excuse me, chat. Yeah, I'd hold out for 21 or 25 at chaotic or better, then. Lord Quag the Ford Focus. I don't know how to take that. Just to use in the meantime? Yeah, yeah. Do you feel like Swordsplosion isn't too dumb outside of Shadows when you do Shadows, sticky mats, it's nuts? There's lots of crazy ways to get value out of it though, Viper. Like, you could Spell Shot Warcaster. Like, you could Deadshot with this and just cast spells to keep refilling your mag with Warcaster. You could do any of the potential Universal Soldier trigger methods. You could do Last Gasp ammo regen. Remember, I don't have shotgun mag size boosts right now either, so I could just take a couple of those and my Spore regen kicks up from there and I just get more shots. Like, this is with no investment into anything that benefits the gun specifically. I'm using a plate mail and it's nerfing its damage. I don't have extra mag size. Like, this is baseline Swordsplosion. This is the gun without investment. It's, There's a lot of ways to get dumb damage out of it. Just feel like Shadow's a bit above the rest, you know? Baseline 18 mag. I mean, I got extra points from Butt Stallion. You know, 50% from Quiver of Holding, and then Myth Rank. And I have, you know, 1 mag size roll over there, but I don't have any shotgun mag size here. Point is, you can peak way higher with this. Fire rate is also incredibly good with this thing. Dump the poor Swordsplosion because the relationship is too good. Leveling up my claw with it, no enchants, no optimized builds, just gun damage amulets. Gun damage rings, that seems enough. Yeah. Torque stickies last till you reload, they self-detonate eventually. They eventually self-detonate, I don't remember what the time is on them, but yeah, they eventually detonate, but it's faster to reload, obviously, or if you can't or don't want to reload, you can switch fire mode, going from sticky to impact detonates them as well, or switching weapons.
Think you can make it?
Buff Swordsplosion, give it 2 enchants. Yes, yes. Make the Thunder Anima have a negative enchant, so that you can give the Swordsplosion a second one. Ouch. Hey, Toxic Ty, how you doing? You been having any shenanigans with this this Torg stuff so far, Stone Swan? Anything new, or is it just, you know, a great manufacturer got more greater? I feel like the fire rate buff was a little unnecessary. Maybe to the extent that it was done, Bubba, but I think the fire rate is one of the big parts of the weapon feels good now. The fire rate and the projectile speed were good quality of life things that makes the gun just... It applies its damage, whereas before, not only did it have low damage, but applying the damage was rather slow and miserable. I'd be willing to lose some of the damage if the fire rate stayed. Because the fire rate also further separates it from other weapons in terms of identity. There's not a lot of Torgs that have high fire rate. So it kind of gives this weapon its own little personality. Fire rate helps ×1 variant too. Fire rate nerf wouldn't affect the ×3 as much. True. Nothing beyond the obvious so far. Fair enough. Does shotgun crit damage matter for the Swordsplosion body rockers? Just area damage that matters. Well, they're shotguns, and they crit, so it's gonna help. Area damage is unique because it's something you won't have boosts for elsewhere. So, like, you get crit damage from your strength, your hero points. You get a different kind of crit boost from your shrine. or from the Clawbringer's Awe skill.
Never said
So
the gold
you'll have more crit stuff available, whereas area damage, if you have none of it at all, you're losing out on an entire multiplier. It'd be like using an elemental gun without any elemental damage boosts. Like, okay, well there's a boost you could apply here that you're just not getting. That's why I stress area damage so much with this gun.
going down.
That was a barrel. Yo, Ducky Dino. Not again. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. I had a train of thought, it's gone. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. I appreciate it. If any of you just got gifted by Ducky Dino, who's an absolute legend, 85 subs in the channel. And if you don't mind breaking your lurk, please send them some gratitude. Thank you so much.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Does Swordsplosion scale with Stabo? Scale with Stabo how, Jin Clone? What do you mean? What does scale with Stabo mean?
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
It's a lot of subs, sure is.
She's just a girl and she's on fire.
Was that Cheese? Yeah, Cheese is my sub alert.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
I just realized I said Cheese is my sub on the internet. Sorry, Cheese.
Wings of death.
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
That's the good stuff.
As far as the swords to scale with Stabo melee tree, no, nothing about it is melee. And in terms of Stabo's melee tree, it's Arsenal,
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
and that's it. Because follow-up is only on melee swings of your actual melee weapon. Nimble Fingers is a different boost that happens from dealing melee damage, and Executioner's Blade is, you know, also its own thing. So Stabomancer isn't even a melee tree, it's just kind of like
Just a girl and she's on fire.
a tree.
Quack.
Like, Berserker has more melee damage.
Just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Shadow Step, though, is terrible. Hey, Ducky Dino, giving us up to Toxic Tie as well. Thank you so much.
Just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Alright, gotta go to work soon. Have a great stream. Thanks, Micro. You have a good day at work.
Just a girl and she's on fire.
Or emotes I can randomly drop. Hope you enjoy them. I was thinking about commissioning a couple more emotes. I still want to do Quag Skeet. I was gonna do Quag Karen, which is just Quag Mad with you know, the given haircut. But, Felicia threatened me, so I can't.
This world's no place for weak.
Fire. There you go, Quack.
Dilbert, thank you for gifting a sub to Strawberry Sinju. I appreciate it. Just paying it forward. Not necessary, but always appreciated. Thank you.
Fire. She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
But if you let the timer of it end without swinging, you get crits till you get another kill. That's okay, I guess. But like, how long do you go without getting a kill in this game, realistically? So waiting for Quagasm. Buff Torg again. I agree. What was that? What was that? That was a double play the angles. A sword bounced from that guy to that guy to that guy. Made Waster melt pretty good. That makes sense. Yeah. A long period of time at the beginning of that fight where you don't have ads to kill. Okay. I'll accept that. That's good to know.
She's just a girl and she's on fire.
I can only think of using it for bosses without using FPS. Yeah. And at that point, if you're a Stabo and you're not using FTS, you're doing it for the sake of not using FTS. Like a seemingly a bug and neat one, but FTS is just smarter. Also, you tried out Spore Style with Poison build with Message, Wrath of Nature, Shadows, and Diamond Guard, or Salmon. With the Glass Mod does poison damage 6. I can show you my poison build. But basically, I don't see much value to anything that isn't Snake Stick. Because if you're going to melee, Snake Stick will linger for a while and do more melee hits at range as well. And you can have up to 3 of those. So, sure, Diamond Guard, you punch 5 times, you get a pretty big status chance and damage increase. But I could just take Caustic on a Snake Stick, punch once, get the full 30%, and then I also get those extra Hydras, which not only are doing melee damage from ranged, but they have an element, which gives them their own chance to apply status effects. Since they are melee, if they crit, I get Alchemical Agent, and because they are pets, I get Faithful Thrall stacks from them. Snake Stick is just better. In terms of Wrath of Nature, I'm not playing Spore Warden on the build. I'm playing Graveborn, but you could swap out that class for personal taste. And as for the Message, it'll work in the build. I just happen to prefer the White Rider. There's also a Spore enchantment that allows poison damage to explode and spread. Yeah, that one requires the use of Barrage, and I'm using From the Shadows, which is just better for dots anyway. I remember when Awe was From the Shadows without the downsides, 100% uptime, I remember. I still think it was okay because it required investment. Or at least more okay. But I get your point, Lazy, yeah. Still learning formulas and what it is. Can you explain why it's better? From the Shadows makes everything you do crit for the duration. Everything that can crit will crit. And because dots, you can't directly boost their crit chance with, say, a status effect crit chance stat. It's just general crit boosts. Even taking a 25% damage penalty to all of your damage, but making all of it crit, is just a massive increase in both damage and consistency. From the Shadows is just, like, better than most things. Generally speaking in this game, critting is better than adding an extra layer of damage. I missed some shots. Downgrade? What's that about it? We'll play the poison build in the next run. Swordsplosion is absolutely cracked. It's just... it's the strongest weapon. I hate that we're in a situation where there's a clear cut just, hey, this gun is better. But it is. It just is. Missed. Did you try to double up on me? That's toxic. That is malarkey, bunny. I hate when it just leaves. Or pubs and all I saw was a shoddy. Yeah, because it just got buffed and it's just crazy now. Livewire Raw, when you're meleeing. Liquid Cooling 2.0, literally? No. This is more powerful. So, the thing with the Liquid Cooling is when it was at its peak, pre-nerf, Liquid Cooling was still not even the highest DPS in its own weapon class. It wasn't even the highest DPS pistol. That was a Ludite. Now, in this update, Ludite also got buffed, and Swordsplosion is now just better than that item too. Pre-buff Ludite was better than pre-nerf Liquid Cooling, and Swordsplosion is now better than post-buff Ludite. So like, that gives you a sense of scale in terms of damage potential. It's crazy. Ooh, a Slip and Stun. I don't get those often. Berserker Power. Status damage? That's only one passive, though. Why does it only roll one passive sometimes? Ludite did more invest in its damage application as ass. Right, it's a little less straightforward, but in terms of damage, yeah. Explosion doesn't even have those downsides as much. Yeah, it's got a high fire rate. It's got very direct projectiles that travel quickly. The part variance is far less strict than on a Ludite, where if you get a ×2 Ludite, you're just like, oh. If you get a ×3 Swordsplosion, you're like, oh, cool, better mobbing. It'll be nerfed? I don't know about that, Jinmori clone, because like I've been holding out hope for nerfs to several things in this game that have not come yet. So we'll see. Exactly what Pico said. Like those things have only gotten better. I don't know. This is the Pixie Explosion game? Yeah. It's, it's tough out here having self-imposed restrictions on what items you will or will not use based on balance. Haven't touched Spellshot Buffmeister. The only thing they've ever done to Buffmeister, Crimson, is they fixed a bug. Spellshot has been buffed twice. Paradigm got nerfed, but that affected everyone, not just Spellshot. Alright, let's play the dot build. Liquid Cooling was more of a bug fix than actual nerf? Yes. It's the reverse of what happened with just the sticky part of the Swordsplosion. It wasn't scaling in the way it was supposed to, so they fixed it, and Swordsplosion went up. The Liquid Cooling wasn't scaling the way it was supposed to, so they fixed it, and the damage went down. That was Liquid Cooling fun, though. It's still one of the higher DPS pistols in the game, Crimson. Especially in a situation where you have an open crit spot. Very few other guns will let you shoot for as long. And that can be very valuable. Okay, yeah, I did change the spec back. I think Spellshot needs a nerf per se, but some fine-tuning for sure. Do you think that a Spellshot with no enchantments on their gear and no guns equipped should be clearing faster than a full Primordial of any other class? Because that's how it is. Like, I don't feel like that's a buff everyone else situation. I feel like that's a nerf the one that's bullshit situation. Like, a Spellshot with no guns clears faster than you could go onto anyone else, save edit, full Primordial. It's still slower. Like, I like setting up snake stick hydras in intersections like this. It's very satisfying. Feels tactical. Time to get back on the game then. Got sucked into Overwatch all over again. How's that treating you? I know a bunch of people have been getting back into it lately. Probably because of the Overwatch 2 beta and stuff. Paradigm got further restricted to spell shot only usage. Yeah, basically the paradigms converting melee and ability into the other ones, those were fine, but they got hit as well as the one converting spell damage. And out of the classes that had an abundance of spell damage available to them, it was just Graveborn and Spellshot. And Spellshot still has enough that they can brute force it. But no one else really does. So Paradigm probably hit everyone else harder than it hit Spellshot, though it was some sort of hit to Spellshot, so I'm prepared to accept it. Misrolling people with Lucio. How good is Lord of Edges? Depends on the context. If you mean just as a skill in general, meh. But it's one skill point, and it's at the end of my spec where I don't have many things of value left. So, like, for one skill point, this is really nice. And remember, you do get full value of the damage increase while you're in Save Your Soul. So, you could treat it as just Save Your Soul damage if you want to. And the more you're hurt, the tankier you get. That's a useful thing to have, especially in this multi-class combo where there's not much damage reduction. Using Reaper Bones will be good. Yeah. Basically, the lower your Reaper duration, the higher your damage goes, and the tankier you get, which effectively means that taking hits will shave off less of your duration. If you're down at that tier, it's worth taking. Unless you're like a pure caster spec and you would want the extra point in Blast Gasp on the way to the capstone, Lord of Edges is worth taking at that tier. It's just a good one-pointer. The damage isn't huge because that is additive with other all damage boosts, but for one skill point, like, that's great. Keep in mind, other classes, like, one skill point in 1,000 cuts on Stabomancer is the same type of damage in the same tier, but it's 0.2% per stack, 25 stacks. So, like, not as good. Also doesn't have that damage reduction. To fix the healing and save your soul issue. They put that in the notes for the patch, Lazy. They said in the patch that they changed it. I haven't tested, and I probably shouldn't assume that was actually fixed, but they mentioned it in the patch. Something to keep in mind is that Hotfix Note said they were looking to do more with class in the future, is probably in the preview of the patch. Hopefully. Is Red Hellion the shotgun that gains pellets to move faster? Yes. It's just so satisfying to see the chains of dots from this setup. And also the snake stick hydras just occasionally making someone explode. Hey Pupsy, how you doing? Fun coincidence, I used the Selective Amnesia with Zerker Stavo before Mox uploaded the build. Didn't know about the effect of the Red Hellion. That's neat. Like, this is news to me. Did Moxie make a Hellion build or something? I don't really keep up too closely with other people's content. I kind of live under a rock in that regard. He did? Ah, okay. Makes sense now. Legendary's bad, by the way. Oh, of course. Legendaries are terrible. I would never use a legendary, such as this White Rider SMG, which received 2 buffs in the same hotfix, and was already good before those buffs. Legendary's bad, Claw bad, Stabba bad, Flab bad. Subsonic. That's a cool name. I like it. Sad excuse for a game. Preach, mentalist. Lego's bad, plus you can't clear the 235 without Buffmeister. True! Hellion's one with the bug. It's a few weapons, Mr. Adblock. It's more the overworld has a bug that some weapons can access. I'd say it's more an overworld thing than a Hellion thing, because Hellion's not the only one that can do it. Meal prep some sushi this morning. Ooh, I find it helps stomach inflammation to kind of switch stuff up a lot. How are you? I'm doing great. Yeah, sushi is great for inflammation. I put a lot of ginger on my sushi, and ginger is great for combating inflammation. So that's probably what it is in my case. But good taste, good taste. I'm doing okay. I kind of wrecked my sleep schedule last night. I took a 3-hour nap that I didn't intend to, and then I couldn't get back to sleep properly, and then I woke up feeling like shit. But I got strong coffee today, so it's not all bad. Hate this game, so I have 8 days of playtime. Yeah, it's same. That's why I have 24 days of playtime. As the overworld bugs, the Hellion get bonus projectiles, the overworld speed buff. No, it's entering the overworld with certain items equipped or certain effects active will cause them to stick to your character permanently, whether you are using those items or not. So, like, this includes some enchantments, this includes the Hellion's extra projectiles, which carries over to other guns, this includes the Mistrial's amp, which carries over to other guns. It's kind of awful. The less funny type of bug, yeah. Nobody's got me. Snake 6 got me. I love this melee weapon. Worst feeling to get a good nap than a horrible sleep. Hopefully tonight will be better. Thanks. Hopefully. I really want to put on some weight and work out. Can't convince myself to eat rice, broccoli, and chicken every day. I've had weight problems my whole life. Like, problems maintaining weight. So, like, I've just kind of been gradually losing weight since I was about 17. It sucks. I just can't keep it on. And any huge life stress things kind of accelerate it. Very unfortunate. Never had weight. Yeah. I was never exactly heavy or anything, but, you know, I was at least closer to a healthy weight as a teenager. I'll keep Lucky Quack, not everyone can be a skinny, sexy motherfucker like you. Meowie, like, I miss having an ass. My ass hurts when I sit on things now. Because there's no padding. I used to have an ass. I mean, it's still there, but, like, I noticed the difference. It's not the same. Good morning, Joey. How you doing? Just hanging out here until my interview. Wish me luck. Hey, good luck, Fusion Rogue. You got this. We believe in you. Do Snake Stick Hydras proc Nimble Fingers? They should. Nimble Fingers just says deal melee damage. And they deal melee damage. So, they should. On the other hand, I'm a bit worried I won't get the weight off again if I really commit. It depends on... You know, everyone's a little bit different. Some people have an easy time just manipulating their weight. They can gain it, they can lose it. Some people have a hard time losing, some people have a hard time gaining. I can't speak to how your body works, but you would know better than I do. Feel free, Quag. I lost a bunch of weight too. Booty's waning. Yeah, man, it's a struggle, man. Make Quag's ass great again. If you work out, it'll be burning more calories, and those components are fairly low in calories. If your goal is to gain weight, they may not be the best, at least alone, even if they are healthy. Right. And it depends on what kind of weight you're trying to gain. Like, if you're trying to increase your muscle mass, that's not going to result in much weight gain. There will be some, but, like, you're not going to gain much. Hey, Volatile Hawking. Hey, another Volatile Hawking. I'll compare those. You quack badonkadonk. I'm trying, Sam Lasco. I'm trying. I gotta eat more. I actually ate breakfast before stream today. You guys proud of me? I usually physically am unable to. But, like, I forced myself and I ate. I made a quesadilla with some ham. $35.43 versus $35.34. That's just entertaining. Any side effects? A bit of nausea for a bit, but it passed and I'm good now.
Choose, Fatemaker.
Can Swordsplosion Big Sword proc Blast Chill? No, it's not melee cup. It's just gun stuff. But Big Sword should be able to proc play the angles, which is funny. Also means it can proc Spore Fuse. But by the time you've applied enough stick use to spawn it, you've probably burned out your Spore Fuse. Spore Fuse has this weird sort of, like, battery mechanic going on, where it seems to kind of deplete if you spam it too much and you have to not do it for a while for it to come back. That's one of the reasons I don't use it on too many setups. Why is it called Spore Fuse? Because Moze had a skill in Borderlands 3 called Short Fuse that was the same thing. It was the gun component of that. And it's a Spore Warden enchant, so Spore Fuse is shorter to say than any of the other terms. Some people call it Swordsplosion. I'm terrible at speaking words, so I say the shorter version. What else do I want for the poison build, chat? I think I want a cube. If I can get like a ×2 cube with an extra charge, that'd be real nice. I'd be happy to have that. Can't get rid of Short Fuse. Not only can we not get rid of Short Fuse, they expanded on it and gave us different versions. So like, Short Fuse itself became a Spore Warden enchantment, but then it also got ability stuff. And then they gave Berserker the melee version, and Graveborn the spell version. We can't escape. That was satisfying. Wish Gelatinous Cube 8 enemies. It kind of eats the map if you get enough spell radius. Before short fuses? 3. One of them just does 2 categories. We have 3 short fuses to cover the 4 main damage types, yes. They had to give some characters to other characters to compete with Spell Shot. Pain. Yeah, I was casting my spell, that was rude. Which one covers 2? Spore Fuse. That's gun and ability. Artist Clawburn and get the lame class enchants. Gearbox, please. So, I really want to like the Cleansing Flames heal one fusion. And it's kind of funny. You could just do a pet build and then just kind of occasionally hammer bog, not to kill enemies, because there's no hope of that, but just to heal everyone. And you can use it to revive, which is really neat. But then the rest of them are just like bad. And also, Claw's coolest enchant is on its worst action skill. Like, oh, okay. A lot of class enchants are kind of lame, I can't lie. Yeah. The Blizzard ones? Ugh. Interestingly, Feral Surge has really good enchants. We'll do the Feral Surge build next. What does the cube do? I haven't gotten around to playing with it yet. So basically it bounces around Shag, and it has a pretty big poison status effect. It bounces around and then explodes after a duration. But the cool thing about it is that radius increases scale up really, really well with it, to a point where you can get a cube to the point where its radius is just the entire room, so it'll just bounce and hit everything in the room every time it bounces, whether or not the physical cube is actually connecting with them. So it's really neat with that. And it'd be particularly good in this build because it applies a powerful poison dot. Clawbringer is a cleric, confirmed, slap Reviver on him, and then enchant on the guns. That enchant's a spell enchant, Irish, so you put the enchant on a Reviver. There you go. Unfortunately, the first class enchant I saw was Spore Fuse, so I thought, oh, they're gonna be cool and unique. Yeah, Berserker got some cool and unique ones, Spore Warden got some cool and unique ones, and then the rest are like, oh. Kinda lame. With the pet build you mentioned, it felt like the companion heavy playstyle fell victim to the same things Pixies do in general. It doesn't feel actively involved in the gameplay. Really wanted to be super fun, but it's personal for sure. Yeah, I don't know quite how to get around that. So, in Borderlands 3, one of the few pet builds I actually enjoyed was made by community member Boom. And it was around the Spider Ant Countess, which was unique because its attack command was the one where it was the one that kind of burrowed underground and then would pop up where you did the command on that enemy. So it was functionally teleporting. which meant that you had an active role, like you directed it, and then it immediately went there. If the AI behaved properly, it immediately went there. So it was like an extension of you, as opposed to you're just kind of waiting around. And because attack commands cooldown refreshed on pet kills, the playstyle amounted to chaining as many of those attack command strikes as possible. So it felt a lot more active than other pet stuff, and I really enjoyed it for that. There's no real equivalent to that in this game. TGIF? Hey, Bazooka dude. Yeah, TGIF. I always forget the day of the week, to be honest. Double revive sounds redundant. Hey, make it triple, Irish. A reviver can roll with extra projectile. Can also roll with extra charge. So you could have a ×2 reviver with the revive on Cleansing Flames enchant. Be the real medic. Is there a certain roll I should be looking for on Swordsplosions? ×2 or anything, a certain element? So Swordsplosion can roll in ×1 or ×3, maybe? ×3 is a bit better for mobbing, ×1 is better for bossing, and ×1 is also better on your ammo, but both are good for either situation. And as usual, element match if it's beneficial to you. You know, fire on flesh, etc. Rolls in all elements. But the gun's so powerful that there's no such thing as a bad one. They're all good. Good melt? No. Bad RNG. You have to be a spore to use Spore Fuse? Yes. You not only have to be a Spore Warden, you have to use Barrage. So yes, Spore Warden's best enchant is not compatible with the action skill that would benefit from having anything good about it at all. Classic overbuffing of old guns to match expectations, same BS as Herald. You're not incorrect, Mentalist. You're not incorrect. On what item can the Cleansing Flames enchant roll? Spell, the Ricorous. Spell only. We'll do melee in the next run. And I just realized I haven't done Chums 3 yet. Maybe we go through Chums 3 on some of the characters. I just can't be bothered. I have no reason to. Well, should I feel terrible? Are you okay, Control? What's going on? Some of the Gearbox just threw things together with some of these shoots and chance. I wouldn't say all that. There's some areas where, maybe a little less forethought. Like, there's some things that like, hey, this would be cool, let's put that in the game. Like, alright, sure. And then there's like, hey, this sounds cool, let's put that in the game without seeing if it would actually work well. But game dev is hard, and considering the number of things in this game, and the fact that this is 2022 where we get post-launch support for games, I'm not overly worried. I feel like most of this stuff will get sorted out. Feral Surge build. Difference being the Swordsplosion was actual shit before, but I stopped enjoying Herald after they had the way with it. I thought the Herald was, like, fine before they buffed it in 3. It was just fine. Like, it didn't need to be any more than it was. And then it just became, like, ridiculous. Had a head cold the past 3 days, in 70+ degree weather. Pollen so thick it's hazy here. A cold's moving to my chest, a weak toxin turned in bed destroys the brain. Have you gone to a doctor? Because a cold moving like that is not really a good sign.
Hey
Pizza Trains, how you doing? Do you enjoy Wonderlands more than BL3? It seems like a straight improvement to me. For the most part, yeah. BL3? BL3 launch to launch. Launch BL3 to launch Wonderlands. It's not even close. Wonderlands just smokes it. Now, BL3 after 2 years versus Wonderlands? 2.5 years now? That's a bit more complicated of a question, but I think it's an unfair comparison. We'll see how Wonderlands holds up post DLC season and whatever updates they do during that time frame. But currently it's still my preferred.
We've got an easy mark over here.
Didn't realize you switched builds. Thought I was having a stroke watching this. Primordial Cannonballer, let's go, Dilbert. Falling super high this year. Get some antihistamines pronto. Yeah, that's good advice. Does this every time I get a cold. As a heavy stick smoker for a long time, so I'm extra careful. I'm going if it's not better tomorrow. I was a heavy smoker as well. Yeah, I'm glad I kicked that. Because colds are just awful when you're a smoker. Because it goes from, hey, this cough is annoying, to, hey, am I actually about to die? Let's back a day for 10 years, quit 5 years ago, still have problems. I was on and off for about 8 years. About 8 years. At the worst, I was like pack a day. But I eventually kicked it. Is there a story reference behind Wyvern's name? It's a funny misspelling way of saying name. And it's a naming convention I used to use for some of my characters in other games. That's all it is. Hey Tsukato, how you doing? How are you? Couldn't catch stream yesterday. I saw the Torgus got buffed. Yeah. Are you sitting down? Are you sitting down? Can't see Quack as a smoker. I picked it up in college. It was kind of a social thing, and then I sort of kept it as a stress management tool. Not very healthy at all. Probably one of the most unhealthy ways to do that. But, I kicked it, and I feel good about that. Guess I'm sitting. Alright, Swordsplosion's the best gun in the game. They buffed the entire Torg manufacturer, and Swordsplosion slaps every single gun. All of them. Nicotine and anxiety don't mix well? Definitely not. And I was not one of those people who had a heavy nicotine addiction. Like, each time I'd quit, including the final time, I kind of did so cold turkey. But it wasn't really the nicotine withdrawal that got me, it was the behavioral addiction, you know? Sometimes, whenever I'm standing outside still, even after years, I just feel like I need something in my hands. It's really weird. You program yourself to do certain things. IRS art major? I was not an art major. Sociology, actually. Something to do? Yeah. How did the Hawk end up after finding out shooting the ground was a thing? It's basically Torg Pixies. Not as powerful in terms of boss melts as Fairy Pixies, but like, in terms of do reload thing in corner to clear entire map without ever seeing an enemy, yeah, Hawken does that. I don't smoke, I still always need doing something with my hands. It's a very human thing. I never know what to do with my hands while I'm standing still. And now I'm aware of that, so I'm glad I have my mouse and keyboard. Question if it was Torg overall or just shotgun, since under shotgun changes. I assumed before we got it pushed at Zukato that it was shotgun only, and then people loaded up their games and it was like, hey, my Ludite is cracked, like more so than it was. And now Cannonballer's over 10k damage and it's 6,000 dot. It's craziness. Cannonballer should be left the way it is. I feel like the buff applying to Torg launchers, most of the Torg launchers didn't need it. Like, the sticky one's actually good. Just, you know, build investment heavy type stuff. Cannonballer's awkward enough that a damage increase doesn't unbalance it. Because actually hitting enemies with a Cannonballer is the hard part. And if you do hit them, considering how little ammo you have and how awkward it is, they should die. So that's fair. ARs, you can get away with applying that increase to the ARs. Fine, whatever. There's not even a legendary Torg AR at all, by the way. Weird. But the shotguns and the pistols absolutely did not need that increase. Because they individually tuned the Torg legendary shotguns, the Hawken and the Swordsplosion both, and that was enough for them. And the pistols didn't need buffs at all. But here we are. It's very strange. Just do the side objective with one spell? Yeah. Anytime you get those little guys, it's basically free. We were saying is the targeted buff was good, the blanket was unnecessary? Yes, I strongly discourage the idea of blanket buffs, and each blanket buff, or even blanket nerf, that they've done in this game has not gone well. We can go through a lot of them mentally right now. They didn't like how the Mistrial and some of the higher end Purple Dahlia ARs were doing, so they nerfed all of them. And now the higher end ones are still fine, but the middle of the road ones now just feel straight up awful. Black powder shotguns were already performing well, but they must have picked up and tested on a bad parted one, because now black powder shotguns are insane. Sniper rifles getting a global buff was insanity, because the Sawmill and the Carouser are already incredible, and those got buffed when they could have just looked at the Kaokon and the Skeet Prod and the Envy. Drill's Fury was also already good, and that got buffed. What other blanket have they done? The blanket buff to sigils. Sure, that doesn't cause a problem with fortifying or empowering sigils, but I don't think Hydra sigils needed more damage, and they got them. Like, they were already pretty good. Yeah, blanket buffs are bound to catch something that they're not supposed to, as with blanket nerfs. That's a little tough to deal with when you're talking about non-uniques, but when you have unique items you can just individually flip a switch for, like, why not use that? Swordsplosion is totally terrifying. It really is some craziness. Alright, do you by chance have a good gun build using Graveborn you can show me or have on your YouTube channel? I've not done any build uploads for Wonderlands, Sinju, on YouTube. In terms of gun stuff, yeah, I got a Graveborn gun build I can get on. I haven't played it in a while, but I can do that. Remind me in the loot room, I'll play it.
Back in business.
God tier nostalgia items from sad problem to curse problem. It do be like that. I think the featured runs are one of the ways they try to get data for balance purposes. I don't know about that, because there's been a lot of feedback in the featured runs about, hey, we don't like Drill or Son of a Witch or Banshee for, you know, frustration purposes. And none of those bosses have received a single change. Like, I don't personally think Son of Witch needs changes beyond visibility stuff. But Drill's hitboxes are ass. And Banshee has a murder aura that turns off melee builds. So, like... Any double jump item? There's not. When I read it, I was like, that was needed. Was that needed? And the Swordsplosion, thanks to that, got double buffed. Okay, I hope you're still sitting, because Swordsplosion got triple buffed. Not only did they do the global Torg buff, they did the individual Swordsplosion tuning, which was on multiple fronts. We'll combine that to one. They increased the fire rate, they increased the projectile speed, they increased the damage. But another thing they did that they didn't mention is there was a bug where the sticky mode wasn't scaling as it was supposed to, so the big sword just kind of didn't do anything. Well, they bug fixed that on top of all the buffs, so it worked out to... Well, what's the number, chat? I think Moxie put it in his thumbnail. CZ calc the number is like 386% total increase to Swordsplosion once you add in all those changes together. $386, yeah. Come in and immediately hear Drill ask, what are we talking about? My Christmas list, Emily. I want Drill's big old dumpy on my coffee table. No, we were talking about how some people are not fans of certain bosses and certain types of builds. Fair. How you doing today? Could you beat Drill or Banshee with this build? Yes, but I would have to start shooting guns. Think Swordsplosion's like the lob, overbuff an incoming nerf? No, because 1, the lob was never nerfed. 2, Swordsplosion was not just a buff, it was also a bug fix at the same time. Like how the Imp was a nerf and a bug fix at the same time, so it got hit double. It was too many changes at once with the Swordsplosion. They could have just done the fire rate and the projectile speed and the sticky mode fix, and the gun would have been fine. And an individual damage buff on the gun on top of that? Sure. But then there's the manufacturer buff too. It's too many layers. It's too much stuff. Too much at once. Too ambitious. It is the opposite of what they did with the Clawbringer changes, where they kept them at very small values, which a lot of us memed, myself included, but I'd rather have that than this. The Clawbringer changes were well calculated in terms of trying not to, you know, send something to the moon. Was the Pharaoh Surge execute threshold 20%? That's not my main way of getting it back in that build. I was using an Ancient Hilt and a Theurge Amulet. So, yeah, I was just getting cooldown back very fast that way. Didn't pay attention. Someone find a Bark in feature run. Bark is not in this week's featured. I just asked myself, what does the shield regeneration stuff of Waster and Drill add to the game? It's just an annoying gimmick that makes the boss unnecessarily soaky compared to other bosses. The intended function of that Synlink is a DPS check. Because you'll see in a lot of these lands games, people will get to the finish line, the highest possible content, and then they'll jump in with their build, and they'll be like, hey, why is it so tanky? The game never prepared me for this. So, with Son of a Witch, /Wastard, and Drill, they put them there on the Chaos Climb, so that you eventually do get to a point where it's like, hey, we're just vibe checking your damage real quick before you move on. If you can't get past this, get more damage for the stuff later. I think it serves an important role. I think that kind of thing needs to exist. Otherwise, we end up with Borderlands 3, where people complete the story and then go to the true Guardian takedown on Mayhem 10 and then complain when nothing they do works because they never learned how to build and never geared up. I think having a check along the way is important. Okay, how does this build work? I haven't played it in a minute. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, this is big ammo sawmill stuff. Okay. Okay, I remember.
You go on ahead.
Claw needs some love. Claw got some love. Irish. Despite a couple thousand hours of BO2, I can't remember. Did Melee Zero have the ability to interact with Bunker? Yes, infinite vertical melee. In that game, you could look up and melee, and an enemy above you would get hit. Forgot what I need to do when I play this build. That'd be bad to put in this game? I think infinite vertical melee was stupid. I just thought it was silly. Is this a Greyborn gun build? Yeah. I'm using Reaper of Bones to trigger Selective Amnesia constantly, which keeps me taking just a little bit of damage, and that's enough to keep my last gas broken without having to be a spell shot. And I also get to run around with the Reaper of Bones bonus element. And I'm very tanky, because even if I would die during Reaper, I just get 3 seconds of invulnerability instead. I'm using a combination of Greyborn skills and Berserker skills to heal as long as possible. That plane is super low to the ground. Can you guys hear that? Build's crazy. I'm glad you like it, Dag. Lazy did an infinite ammo sawmill thing on a spell shot Spore Warden. Same concept. He's just using Last Cannon to keep a last gas broken instead of constantly taking damage. Same build concept, just different classes. Mine's much more glass cannons built like a brick. Yeah, you got so many layers. You got Sanguine Sacrament spam. You've got all the Berserker stuff. You've got Reaper. It's very tank. What do people say the skill tree? Yeah, after the run. After the run. I want to level up my second character, but endgame stuff keeps dragging me back. I feel you, Emily. I've wanted to do playthroughs the entire time, but I just can't. I can't stop doing Chaos Chamber. Like, I really want to do some themed runs, but Chaos Chamber. ×5 with Hydras. Yes, please. Build Swordsplosion. You could do this with Swordsplosion. Ammo regen, Swordsplosion tech? Yeah. Looking up from work stuff. What was that, Carnage? I'm lighting myself on fire, which is also cryoing me and putting dark magic on me, and I'm also enraged, so my whole screen is just colors, and I'm holding down trigger on big sniper rifle. This is the Carnage. Like to hear the jokes again, great rating on this one. I agree. I agree. Like a reload cancel strat, I had trouble with reloads when I tried to copy lazy. Yeah, having an Arcane Bolt available is really nice, because I'm running a Theurge Amulet, so it gives me a chunk of my cooldown back when I use it. Also, it triggers Sanguine Sacrament. I'm running Grave Capstone, so it spawns Hydras for me, and stacks Ascension. It's just a good thing to always be spamming. It just so happens that it helps you with your reloads. I use a Zip Rocket, Queen's Cry, to break my ward when I need to, as well. It's probably optimal to find just a purple Zip Rocket, non-Ellie, so that you don't put too many dots on yourself. But I figure since half the time I'm enraged anyway, I'm gonna cry on myself at least, so, like, whatever. Only playing my Hammer Berserker until I'm satisfied being able to clear all content in the game. Let's go. Does Reaper give Dark Magic to all your damage? It does. Oh, the way the twisters sizzle. Definitely satisfying. I agree. Ah, I shouldn't have used that there. Alright, come on, end. God damn it, Dread Covenant. End. Maybe a little too much sustain. Arcane Bolt Slabs is not the most satisfying animation. That's fair. I need ×2s. I don't have enough mag size. This is staying at ×3. It's got curve stomped on first rumor featured. Need to regear badly. Sometimes it do be like that. But it looks like Moe's. Kind of feels a little Moe's-like sometimes. I just need more mag size. Like, I have these, which are really nice. Got one, and then obviously I copied it. Shameless. Getting a Primordial here with double mag size would help my regen a lot. Also, getting Graveborn power instead of Spore Warden power here would help my Reaper Bones. And getting a ×2 Sawmill with a bigger mag is better sustain. I have a ×4. These are ×4. Hit me. Thank you. Fun. Thought I have not optimized strats like this. Yeah. It's good tech, it's just I don't quite have the gear to make it overly impressive compared to other things I'm doing. But it works. If this was a Pokemon, would it be, I'd say, a Lachansey. Why are you like this? Okay, as for the build. Graveborn down to the capstone. This is so that each cast of our spell triggers Ascension for spell damage and max health. Dark Hydras to stack up our Faithful Thralls. But most importantly, Blood Frenzy over in the Berserker tree. Since we have 3 more points from our armor, currently it's 18% of my health back and 6 seconds of Enrage back every time I get a kill or every time I cast a spell. Delusional Danny, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. How'd your stream go? What'd you get up to? Welcome in. Hope you're having an incredible day. We're just going over the kind of experimental build running right now. Big ammo, sawmill stuff. Lots of fun. Lots of fun. But how you doing? Good to have you here. So Reaper of Bones is weird with Enrage. It doesn't count as having a duration. So Enrage will tick down while this is active, so we do need Blood Frenzy to keep Enrage going. And also the healing gives us health back, which helps us keep it going longer. All good, it was fun. Just made it to the end game the first run. Hey, congrats. How'd you like it? Did you enjoy your time with it? And what character you play? What class, I should say. Why do you have old ways? Because I have damage. Like, I would like to do damage. Why would I not take the old ways? This is a better question for you, Irish. How do Raiders make sure you read the spaghetti policy? No, it's fine. We're culinary professionals here. We're not just spaghetti gamers. We are pioneers of pasta. But yeah, a large part of this spec is getting enough sources of healing to offset the drain of Reaper of Bones. In the Berserker tree, we take Unarmored Defense to make our ward easier to break, which is very nice for Last Gasp. Also gives us extra buffer to fight against the 3 kinds of dots we'll have going on ourselves at all times. Relentless Rage is just good if we happen to go down. Nice safety net. Cold Snap, the Frost efficiency is good for increasing our value from Icebreaker, but also we're going to need this movement speed because we are constantly self-cryoing with Enrage. Something to keep in mind. I take 1 point Instinct for the swap speed more than anything else. Unyielding is not a good skill, but we spec 3 points just because it is an amount of healing. What does skill tree look like without the comm? My armor is boosting 2 Mortal Vessel, 3 Blood Frenzy. So, remove those points, remove those points. Butt Stallion is providing the boost to those other 3 things. Spore Warden? Yeah, let's go. I like Spore Warden. That was the first playthrough I did was Spore Warden into Berserker. Good times. Hero points wise, max crit damage, max crit chance. The rest was spell cooldown in this particular instance. And gear wise, I used a Queen's Cry, zip rockets to break my own ward, to turn on the 10% ammo regen from Last Gasp. We got this healing enchant to help keep our duration going when we need it most. Sniper mag size rings. I should really get Shark's Banes with this for more gun damage, but oh well. Selective Amnesia. This triggers from taking damage, and Graveborn action skills count as dealing damage to you. So, having Reaper of Bones on means you are constantly triggering this effect, which is what's allowing us to keep this down. And we also get the damage boost and the move speed increase from that. Arcane Bolts is the most spammable spell in the game, so we use that to trigger Sanguine Sacrament and all our spellcasting effects as often as possible. And we got a Theurge so that our spell spam can get us our action skill when it's down. Pickaxe is a good method of getting action skill back when it's down as well. And then we're just shooting sawmills a whole bunch. That's the build. Shield Enchant is so gross with Reaper. Really should learn how to use my points better. I didn't pay much attention. It's not something you have to worry about during a playthrough. It's more of an endgame thing. Don't worry about it. As long as you're having fun, that's what matters. Hey, Tomato. Thank you so much for the 19 months. I appreciate it. Whoa, indeed. So I'm hoping for some good elemental Swordsplosions. I've been getting mostly non-LE.
Whoa.
Yeah, text-to-speech, good job. I've been getting mostly non-LE. I've not gotten a good fire one yet. A lot of Hawkins. Volatile Divergent. I should take that. What can I drop? Need to buy STs from this character. Encapsulator's up to 341 for a volatile. Nice. I'm dropping that though. Times 12 kettle drum. Times 3 body rocker. So times 3. This is Swordsplosion stuff. Times 3 with a 30% sticky mult. 1122 times 3. The chaotic. This is like discount Swordsplosion. That's funny. Shotgun chucking build soon. Once some formulas are figured out for shotgun chucking, sure. The 50% of the mag, right. Primordial Parable. Yeah, what's the dot on that? Can't see the thing. 2.4k dot. Only 9% chance though. Low fire rate. But good crit mult. Okay, I'm gonna run to the bathroom and we're gonna change builds and I'll play something else. But I'll BRB. 1 second, chat. Okay, be back. Let's go back to the flak build. The flak build never stops moving forward. Never stops sword exploding. I never stop using my Swordsplosion skill. Suppose I haven't shown you guys Hawken yet today. We can do some of that. I forgot I was gonna do chums. We'll do chums after this run. So you shoot stickies at ground, you reload, and they seek out everything and they all die. Shooting the enemies, not really the play. Shoot the ground. Hawken now part of the flat build. It just, I happen to have one, so I started using it. It does scratch the rack itch a little bit. Mindless drone's gone. Yeah, just shoot ground, reload. It's Torg Pixies. So, you guys can see I wasn't exaggerating in terms of the similarity in playstyle. You don't do much. Gearbox's last hotfix, haha, Torgo boom. Yeah, that's about the shape of it, Ken. Yep. I love, by the way. It's fun. Torg weapons are super fun, and I love the feel. Like, this is probably the first Lands game where I really enjoyed Torg. But did it need to be buffed? Like, individual items, sure. Hawken wasn't very good. Swordsplosion was outright terrible. But the whole manufacturer, though, I don't know about that. Head cannon makes me chum. I love the head cannon. 1,000 kamikaze Hydra. It's gone. Livewire versus Thunder Anima seems similar in function. Not really. I really can't think of a case where I would take the Thunder Anima over the Livewire, like, at all. Livewire's got its tools. It's used as a tool for melee. Also, it's just a good shooty gun. It can be enchanted. Thunder Anima can't, and I suppose if you don't have much reload speed, Livewire wins out even further. With some reload speed, Thunder Anima can gain more value. But the thing with its effect is, Thunder Anima ricochets only start when you're at high heat, and you don't spend too much time at high heat. It's just low uptime on an effect that isn't really notably better, and it does fewer things for fewer builds. Honestly, wish they just fixed the sticky stuff, then saw where their Swordsplosion sat. Yeah. Doing too much at once is... And that's a good reason why, you know, the Clawbringer changes, or... It's better too small percent than too large percents. Because this is what happens when it's too large. It can be fun for a bit, but this is absolutely not healthy for the game. Use some Rogan. Spell damage on Thumb doesn't went out. It no longer gets spell damage. It only did for a very brief window. They changed it, undocumented change. It doesn't get spell damage. It's just a gun. It can't be enchanted. Good job, Rogan. Sag. Compose a tweet. Torg is a way of life. Torg is a new life for me. Torg and all Torg does is better humanity. Made my beanies warmer and heart fonder. Thank you, Torg. Alright, chat. I'll need you to amplify this. I gotta tweet this out. Alright, go. Do the thing. How you doing, soccer chick? What does Carouser do? It messes with enemy aggro. An enemy you shoot with the Carouser will just kind of, like, think you're their friend, and their allies will turn on them. It's for a short duration, but it's notable. Also, Carouser just does a lot of damage as well. Very ammo efficient. Just a good gun. It's a great raid message. Yeah, I think so too. That's not the right gun. What gun am I trying to take out? Sure, this'll do. I don't even know what I was attempting to do. Well, how are you? Doing pretty okay. Pretty okay. It's a nice chill day. Enjoying messing with a lot of different builds and realizing how much I'm using Torg on everything. It's Tiny Tina's Torg lands. It just really do be like that. Chicken nuggets are not healthy for me too, but I sure have fun eating them. But chicken nuggets. Honestly felt like Torg lands even before hotfix is the main way I did bossing. Yeah. Torg stickies were already incredibly popular. But now it's just like, Torg everything. Inspired my composed tweet? Yeah. Good tweet. Chicken nuggets equals Swordsplosion. Where's my composed tweet? Did you give me one? That I would actually tweet? Torque lands do sound like a fun game. Yeah, what if instead of like Tiny Tina's Wonderlands 2, what if they just did spin-off games for other characters? Like Thunderous Torg's TNT lands and Mommy Moxie's Milker lands. They're not doing that one. It's just I'm trying to be alliterative and my brain is not functioning. Moxie's Mommy Milker. I'd buy it. There'd be a market for it. I need this. Down, girl. Down. Series of words spoken now. That's true. That is a thing that happened. I can't argue with that. Hashtag sticky lands. Torg Bunker Master, let's go. It'd be pretty entertaining. Can't lie. Torg would be a fun dungeon master. What are you immune to, Lachance? Is it poison? What is Lachance immune to? He's immune to something. Walk away for 5 minutes. I'm sorry, Hazel, we'll behave. I've reformed. I'm not the person I was 2 minutes ago. I've grown. I've developed. Real 2 Torg DLC was the best. Bring it back. I don't know about that. I don't think anybody liked the gameplay or the bosses of that DLC. But Torg himself is cool. Primordial Maced Wardu. Over 10k capacity on this thing. That's impressive. Amp is like not something I'd want on this ward, but what do we do with this? What do we do with this, chat? Enemies who deal melee damage to the Fate Maker while warded take melee damage based on the Fate Maker's equipped melee weapon. So that sounds like that can blast chill. Maybe it can alchemical agent. Yeah, it should be able to. Same condition. Like, what do we do with that? We don't? But like, what if we do? That can Banshee? No, it can't. All good, I shall scroll and see if the left turns happen. I don't. Okay, fair. Hypothetically, if someone made Milker Lands, would you be able to actually play it on stream? I don't know about that. Yeah, yelling purr? Yeah? Okay, we're all mature here. Don't go asking Gearbox and 2K for Moxie lands. Hey David, how you doing? It's an interesting combination for the topic. We're mature? Allegedly. Ragnarok sword get the Torque buff? I don't know. Has anyone checked the Ragnarok? There's my plan of learning game development. I was told no? Okay. I'm not having too much luck from the shotgun bunny lately, chat. It doesn't like me. It's the new sniper bunny. Which I guess this means I should go back to the sniper bunny. Stalks. You overestimate our maturity. What's mature? Oh, you guys. Never change. Plus my memory is bad, my Ragnarok didn't change. Alright, I've seen multiple sources saying it hasn't changed, so I'm inclined to believe that. I have max backpack on the save. No, I still need a launcher SDU. I don't know about the other ones. But I have a lot of money. Why do I have so much money on the save? Does not favor you, Fade Maker. I have mature cheese in the fridge. Is that? What kind of cheese? Primordial inflammation. I guess I gotta take that. What's the Ragnarok? A Torg melee weapon. There's only one Torg melee weapon, and it's that one. How do I use Hawken effectively? Because so far as doing less damage on all my guns, you go in sticky mode and you shoot it at the ground. And then you reload and you let the birds seek out nearby enemies. That is how you use the Hawken. And I'm glad you phrased it that way, Emily. How do I use this weapon effectively? That's a good question that I want more people to view items through, like, that thought process. Like, it's not, hey, is this gun bad? Or, hey, this gun sucks, I didn't have success with it. It's like, how do I use it effectively? See what other people are doing with it, if anything. That's a productive way of going about things. Well done. I respect that. How do I use 1000 Cuts effectively? You unspec it and make better choices with your life. Hawken birds get sticky molts? It's a good question, but in my experience, that has not been worth the time spent applying to the enemy when you could just apply to the ground instead. Never corrected my word here. I don't know if 1000 cuts unlocked, get it from class mod. Should I still rethink? I mean, what class combo is that? What are the other skills that can roll? Because the thing about 1000 cuts is, so per point, 0.2% per stack. This is what, a 5-pointer, right? So you get up to 1% per stack. So 25% all damage for 5 skill points. This is 5% short of that. This is 4 points of 1000 cuts for an enchantment slot, and it's in the same category, provides the same damage type. Like, and there's no point having both. Spell Stabos with Spell Sniper and Double Knot? Yeah, get Double Knot instead. Yep. Ideal for that class mod is having no points and 1000 cuts. You want 3 Double Knot and 2 Spell Sniper if you can manage that. Yeah. So that's a case of, hey, you've got this really good skill, and then this really bad skill. Yeah, that's... Yeah. Oh no, Matt. What are you doing to me? You're gonna make me chum. Hey Forky, how you doing? Should I have both all damage enchants? There's no reason to overstack one category of damage. That will just make you have less damage overall. You guys remember? Oh, here it comes.
Togway is a way of wife. Togway is a new wife family. Togway and all Togway does has bettered humanity, made my beanies wow mew, and he fondue. Thank you,
Togu as a way of wife. Togu as a new
They
wife
overlapped.
family. Togu and ah Togu does has bettered humanity, made my beanies wamu, and he caught fondue. Thank you, Togu, you woo.
Togu? You guys know Togu? That was cursed. Thank you for the 500 bits, Matt. Togu. Togu, apparently. Compose that as a tweet. I already tweeted the non-uwu version of that. The hell were we talking about? Go back to work today after a week off on workers' comp. Might be a bit early, but we'll see. Hey, well, hopefully, it's not too jarring to settle back into that routine of working. Wishing you best of luck on that. Tweet the Uwu version? You can't make me. I mean, you can, but I'm not gonna do it. Gotta take it easy. Fucked up my dominant hand at work, so we'll see how it goes. Take it easy is a good idea. No. Matt. I give you guys too much control over my Twitter. I'll quote tweet the other one. How about that? My feed's gonna look so cursed. Been around, you think I ain't got channel points? Oh, I've been thinking about it for a while. I know I need to increase my channel point prices because some of you are sitting on ridiculous amounts. And I haven't changed prices from, like, when I first got affiliate. So this stuff is like, oh, 42,000? Easy. Like, I have 1.3 million in Cheese's channel, so I know you guys have some crazy numbers. Saying on 103k, it's after 2 free subs in the past, yeah. What spell is that? It's a Spectral Talents. I'm using it because it reminds me of Rack Attack, which is my happy place. I'm mad with the bonk bucks. You got anything for channel points? You can temporarily unlock emotes. If you're not a sub, you can modify emotes, whether you're a sub or not. So you can add like sunglasses onto them and stuff. You can make various sound bites play. You can make me do various things. You can have me gift a sub like that to Nadballer. For 100,000 points, I'll gift out a sub to the person of your choosing. So it's a nice way to be rewarded or reward other people for your watch time. Enjoy, Nadballer. Thanks for hanging out. Been here right around a year, so I have 193.2k. That's a lot, Baron. That is a lot. Thanks for hanging out for that one. It does mean a lot to me. Man, do you use a streamer get anything? Oh, do I? No. How's it going today? It's going well. We're vibing. We're enjoying Tiny Tina's Torglands. Sorry, Togu lands. We get 14k to David. Ow, that hurt. That was rude. Mixer used to have a system where their version of channel points could just be loaded to any streamer as financial support. That's cool. So just like watch hours on the platform would let you use that as currency? That's cool. Just got my first volatile into liquid cooling. Hey, nice. Liquid cooling is still good. Arthritis sucks? That it does. That it does. How are we bowling LeChance this time? Body rocker? Nah, Swordsplosion. Lurk, big chillin'. Sounds good, David. Had a 24/7 stream open to farm them. It took the system away after a while. I could understand why. That seems open to abuse, but it is cool conceptually to just another way of giving back to the streamers. And it makes sense that Twitch wouldn't be about that. Zing! Laughs and terrible split of sub revenue. Ad revenue's a fucking joke. Client emails me every Friday and then immediately turns on their out of office till Monday. It's so infuriating. Oh no. That sounds awful. That's why I've been tipping more. I appreciate that, Mr. Adblock. It does make a big difference. Gotta farm a nice Swordsplosion finally. Got a Blizzard build going now. Gotta get a C35, see how it goes. Best of luck with that. I've not had much positive experience that I can attribute to Blizzard. It's more like everything around Blizzard was working well. And I just happen to have Blizzard there too. But best of luck with that. I haven't tried buffed Ludite, so let's try that. That sure is a Ludite. That sure is a Ludite. Mag? Yeah, scary shit, right? Without Butt Stallion help, too. 4-shot Ludite, be afraid. That's what it seems to be like, but I'll see how it goes. I'm only at C19 on it, it's still blasted. It could just be the volatile gear. I'm plowing through it all, though. Yeah, C19 is, like, you're technically not even able to get volatile, normally, at that point, so it makes sense that... No, it'd be like using Primordial on C20. Like, yeah, it's gonna help. That'll level out a bit. Remember, y'all, SDUs are cheap this week, so farm money and spend it. Yes, good advice, good advice. It's a good event. I need to figure out which of my characters I need more backpack space on. That's the big one. That's the big one. Do cool things with Skeep? You can. Skeep is very cool. Ooh, Snake Stick. I love Snake Stick. Ooh, it has Caustic. Caustic Snake Stick. Yes, please. That's my favorite melee weapon, chat. I still want to make a Head of the Snake build. But I'm not quite sure how I want to go about it. Probably Graveborn, just because more quantity of Hydras. You like Snake Jazz? Anybody need aloe vera cuttings? My plant got so big it cracked the pot and I can't pick it up. If I were anywhere near your bazooka dude, I'd say yes. That shit's so useful. So I want to do a melee companion build Snake Stick. I don't know how good it'd be though. So my dot build kind of doubles as a companion build, with the Snake Sticks kind of carrying the other companions. Aloe's so useful, yeah. Morin's Blessing, Polymorph Frostburn. That's a Hydra build. Yeah. Yeah. That is the Hydra build. Times 13 Hot Shot. It's 13 Body Rocker. Another times 3 Body Rocker. Rumpy Pumpy of Timeliness. Nothing like a little timely Rumpy Pumpy, am I right? Hey Amber, how you doing? Capone, good to see you as well. Been a minute, hope you're well. Gonna have to get sunburn on purpose? I don't know about that. Falling in love with Swordsplosion chant. Ah, yes. It's definitely powerful. Hey Perik, how you doing? You feeling better today, hopefully? Wait, I was gonna do chumps. I kept forgetting. No, before I forget again, we're doing chumps. I kept forgetting. Doing good, how are you? Doing well, Ember. Doing well.
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Hey.
OWO, what's this?
Have I done the DLC at all on this save? No, I have. I have. Okay. Very confused. But thank you so much for the 19 months, Ferric. I appreciate it. Hope you're feeling better today. Good news, it's not COVID. Bad as everything hurt and I keep coughing. Oh. At least it's not COVID. That's something. But being sick, normal sick, isn't fun either. So I'm sorry. Can Tor shotguns come in all elements? They can. Updating the boss name next week to Chumps? Oh no. Opinions on best background for Dot Stabo, raised by elves? Village Idiot. Just, it's always Village Idiot, Mintberry. It just is. I know that's not interesting, but it's Village Idiot. Oh, I can turn dialogue back on now. Village Idiot for that FPS damage? Yes, sir.
Storm takes flight. Looks like Magic's back on the menu.
What an industrious mind.
What's the story behind the Vesper mommy joke? People are degenerates, and Vesper is attractive.
Your creativity flows.
Gun is this? This is the Rogue Imp. I happened to get this primordial one while farming Son of a Witch. And it's streaming very well. I mean, Quag Degenerate, I am also people, so yes.
What lies beyond those gates is... Well, let's get the ceremony and start then.
Love that gun. It's fantastic. Can we get an event where this pool fills up 50% faster? Yeah. Yeah.
Talons of the Tempest.
Try shooting. It works for most of your problems. The column moved. Do that again.
But the padding. What about Vesper's padding? Oh, you mean the content. Sorry. I'll behave. I'm behaving. One of the pool fills based off of my drip. That was a layered joke, Daniel. I appreciate it.
This will be over before you can regret it.
Inspiringly done.
The elusive triple entendre. Yeah. Quite, you found any Torg weapons that benefited from the buff without becoming terrifying, and you now enjoy using? Without becoming terrifying? That's a tough one, Amber, because they were all already good, except for the Swordsplosion and the Hawken, which also got individual tuning. Now, the Hawken isn't exactly single-target terrifying, but, like, in mobbing, Hawken is basically just pixies. You just shoot stickies at the ground and reload, and the game plays itself. So I guess it'd be that one, because that's not, like, boss relevant, I guess.
A cold shower for the coiled.
I got distracted by mobbing. Sorry. Mobbing in this game's fun.
You do that, don't you?
I'll give you.
Got my first time through Swordsplosion. I can say I love this baby. I'll always be biased towards it. It's fun. It's really fun, Thomas. I can't argue with that.
Defeat the coiled.
It's just like a little much.
I guess. That's definitely more accurate.
Don't do warning shots. Mana's tapped out. Spell slots are ready. Scrub a coward to kill.
Give Hawk another chance later. Didn't really like the style of it. That's personal. Yeah, nothing wrong with having a personal preference when it comes to styles. Probably just not learning about this game. Is it a lot like Borderlands? Yeah, Jimmy. Nothing to apologize about. Welcome in. It's basically as Borderlands can be without calling itself Borderlands. So the advantage that they the reason they decided to go with calling it just Tiny Tina's Wonderlands and not Borderlands is it allows them to have a little bit more room for experimentation. So it gives them that option where they can leave behind things you traditionally associate with Borderlands. So like there's no sirens, there's no vaults, there's no Pandora, you know, things like that are not present. But this is a tabletop game being run by Tiny Tina from the Borderlands series. So the core gameplay shares a lot, but it being its own IP allows them to do a lot of weird stuff. It leaves the door open for a little more creativity, which is... Creativity is when Gearbox is at their best with their game design. Sounds fair. Thank you so much for explaining. Hey, my pleasure. My pleasure. If you got any other questions, feel free to let any of us know. And, happy to have you around. It's weird. Rogue Imp is like a bullet hose weapon that you still want to aim well because you reload so frequently. So every time I miss a shot, I just get slightly annoyed at myself.
So that's the way it's gonna be, eh?
It's a gun that somehow has the vibe of a light machine gun and also the vibe of a precision weapon. Very weird. Like I said, that Gearbox creativity, some of their weapon design is interesting. Does the fully reload enchant effect cooldown Skullduggers? So, Skulldugger repairs are reloads for all purposes, Capone. So, anything that checks for reload, checks for that. Yeah, they're the same thing. Reload speed boosts, speed up Skulldugger repairs, they're just fancy reloads. Less bullets equals more value. We can apply this to other content. Toxic. Does it feel like to anyone else that this section has just gotten longer each time you've done it? Like there's just more enemies? This takes so long now. Oh, a stealth change they apparently did. The DLC currency now drops in 2s. Didn't see that documented anywhere, but Felicia pointed it out, and yeah, now that was a pickup of 2. Hey Onyx, how you doing? It's a fixed 3-minute timer though. Is it loading? Because it certainly didn't feel like that before. You're the speedrunner, so I defer to your judgment, but like, I've seen people who have gone for 5 minutes and it hasn't worked. I've seen people seemingly do it faster. Think you soft locked? Yeah. It's like... water isn't filling. Yeah, that's...
That's for making me look at you. Wings of death.
God, here, what build is this? This is my my flak-like build. I just happen to be using a rogue imp on it right now. Currently, we're soft locking the 10-minute DLC area. Chums, I don't want to fight you this bad, buddy. I'm gonna be real honest. Seems to happen if you enter the room too fast after killing the hammerhead. Lovely. Lovely. It's 3-minute fix with a high soft lock chance. So my first run I was there for 10 minutes, usually a 3-minute fix. Okay. What do you mean new gear unlocked? What? What? Let's roll this wheel for cosmetics I'm not gonna get. Back from the interview, didn't pan out, needed me to relocate and I can't do that. Oh, I'm sorry to hear. I'm sorry to hear. What is the objective this week in DLC? Same thing as before, Vorky. It's just the same stuff, but the boss gets harder each time. It's just the same thing.
Did I make the cosmos? The stars? Everything is borrowed. Dreams, time, even life itself.
Job search has been rough, been at this for over 3 months now. I feel you. I was right there with you when the pandemic hit. I remember. I'm sorry you've had to go through it. Like, this wheel sucks.
It's mighty cold in those imaginary waters.
Just beat Chaos 7 drill with Swordsplosion, then it put me at Chaos 8, beat that, now Chaos level for me is 11, keeps skipping up by 2. Is that a bug? They make that change with leveling through Chaos. So when they increased the cap to 35, Borbatron, they made all of them up through 20 go up by 2s. Is there a multiplayer aspect? Yes, there is. When you say this game is easy to put down and pick up after a few days, I don't have a lot of consistent time to game anymore. Yeah, you can play this game at your own pace, absolutely. The end game is structured in such a way that the content length is pretty much decided by you. Like, you could do a couple Chaos Chamber runs, which is the end game content, and then just put the game down and come back to it later. You could load up with friends. Honestly, I didn't really much care for Borderlands games multiplayer, but Chaos Chambers in this game with friends, very good time, very enjoyable. And it's definitely one of those things you could just kind of boot up once in a while if that's how your schedule dictates your gaming time. Seems like you get a ton of extra crystals in multiplayer chaos too. You do. You do. And then each of you get to spend your own crystals individually. So what that means is if you're all after an item, let's say you go in, you all get those extra crystals. But then you all spend your crystals on the same bunny. Let's say you all go for the sniper bunny because you want a particular sawmill. Well, you can just have triple chances if you have 3 people, for example. Thank you. You're welcome, Jimmy. 117 times 4 cryo Spriggan top damage for volatile. I don't know, Capone. I do not know. Got 3 legendaries out of the wheel, new spell launcher and ring. Nice. I got the dynamo spell from the wheel first time I spun it. Or actually, no, it was a counter feint ward, and then the dynamo spell. And my RNG on it dropped off. Didn't know that. It's good there's incentive now to play multiplayer. Yeah, and Chaos Chamber is a lot less save quit oriented. A big problem with Borderlands games is that keeping your group together was so difficult because you would have to go to a menu to reset, or you'd have to coordinate and fast travel somewhere else. Whereas with Chaos Chamber, it's just, hey, get in a group, you go through this long activity, and then you go through one door together. It doesn't disband your party, you don't have to open a map or anything, you just gotta all be there. It's very convenient. I always like multiplayer Borderlands, mostly for the DLC playthroughs, and 2, not for farming. You see, that doesn't have much longevity. The reason why I prefer multiplayer in this game is because Chaos Chamber is a repeatable thing. You do, just, it's on a bigger scale as well. In terms of story playthroughs, they're a drop in the bucket of the replay value of this genre of games. Now, some people just continually do story playthroughs, and that's fine, but I'm a gameplay-focused guy, so, like, going through story areas does nothing for me personally. So I never quite cared for that. Wheel keeps dropping me blues, super underwhelming. A good idea that I do keep bringing up that a viewer had is if the wheel dropped quest rewards. That would be so nice. You guys know how your quest rewards of missions you've completed, they pop up in vending machines as long as you've completed that mission. Well, if that was also in the wheel pool, you'd actually have a sustainable way of farming those, other than save quitting and hoping. I would like that very much.
Inspiringly done.
Sorry, wheel? The wheel in the DLC area. There's no real other way to describe it. It's a wheel, you spin it with a currency you earn in the DLC area, and it gives you an embarrassingly low amount of items. I can pet the pet. Haven't played it yet? Yeah. It's, to be perfectly honest, the wheel is not worth your time in its current iteration. Just part of why we're talking about this. It's one of those things you'll use once and be like, oh, I don't like this. Unfortunately, I need to do more of it because I want the cosmetics that come from it.
A cold shower for the core.
And I've had no luck.
They can't stop the flood. Flowing water.
Like the gold key chests?
Reminds me. I've made
But those actually gave loot.
thirst
So, no. No, not like those. Wheel can get cosmetics. Crap, now I gotta do it. Yep, there's a bunch of DLC exclusive cosmetics that you could only get from the wheel. Enjoy. Waiting for Deuce's Visage to be able to spawn enchanted. Yeah. That'd be a big upgrade for it. But then you put base game quest rewards behind a DLC, and what's the problem with that? It's not like they're not obtainable another way. It's not like you're putting DLC stuff behind base game and then enabling people who can't access that to do that. Additionally, you can get into Dreamville Overlook without DLC. You just can't get the currency. So they could provide another way to get it. Good first time yesterday and got 4 blue guns. Pain.
Falcon Fury! No magic.
How about a new vending machine operates like the Maurice machine in BO3 that only sells quest rewards on a weekly rotating basis? How about one that just works like the Earl machine in BL3, where it's just a vendor that it costs Iridium. You could make it cost Moon Orbs in this game, I suppose. That as you did quests, the loot pool of the machine would populate with those quest rewards, and you could just save quit to rotate the pool or wait for the item of the day timer. Just do the Earl machine. Am I soft locked again? I really don't want to run this DLC 5 million times, get all the cosmetics for this. Maybe on week 4, since we get more per kill in the later weeks. Yeah. I'll be honest, I do not have fun when I am in this area. The gameplay is not interesting, it's extremely buggy, the rewards are minimal. It is the means to an end. Oh, you good? It's progressing? Cool. I've mentally checked out in this area. I'll start having fun again when we're done.
I'm getting the hang of this killing business.
And that's interesting, because this is the only area of the game where I do this. Like, everything else in the game, everything, I have fun. This? Nope. I don't hate it. I just don't like it. Like chums, I dislike this room. Memes to an end? Yeah. Chaos Chamber's where the real fun is? Absolutely. Okay, we progressed. Chaos Chamber is exceptional. Chaos Chamber is fantastic. My life for the Chaos Chamber. Chum still doesn't have enough health for me to find it fun. I would love a Chum's health increase. That would make me very happy. Hope the other 3 DLCs are of a higher quality. Yeah, the concept of mirrors is not the problem. I've seen some people who are upset that, like, they're gonna be mirrors. Mirrors can work, and remember, first iterations of things are not always, you know, up to par. Look at Borderlands games. The arenas in BL1 were not exactly well received, but by the time we got to Borderlands 3, people loved those arenas. So, like, Mirror 1 being kind of a disaster doesn't necessarily mean that Mirror 2 and 3 will be. Hey Don, thank you for the 20 months. Might have made it intentionally easy because most folks are still leveling. It's not just that it's easy though, it's that it's boring.
Really wish to still be 20. As you get older, things get harder and harder. That's not what she said.
Thank you, Don, for the 20 months. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. Like, the thing with easy content, it doesn't have to be boring. For example, Malawan Takedown was easy as hell by the time Borderlands 3 was, you know, done releasing its content. Malawan Takedown was a pushover, but it was still fun. Make this level 1, but stage 2, 3, 4 should be tougher? Yeah. Maybe we'll add the ability to increase difficulty to elite. That would be something, Capone. I like that. Lots of weird waiting for no reason. Uninteractive as hell? Yeah. Point was more towards enemy density, boss health, etc. That stuff would be welcome. Definitely. Like, the enemies in here are flimsy. They're weaker than Chaos Chamber enemies. Might even be weaker than base game enemies. There's not many of them, and there's a lot of just waiting around. And then you get to the boss, and then what's our chosen Chum's bully? We'll use the headcanon on Chums.
Poor beast is gone.
You get to the boss, and he's this.
Leon's bound in chains will do that. What a waste. What a shame. Its body is its prison now. It must be defeated. The only peace it can know.
Maker is in this featured, apparently. Green is room 2. Okay, room 2. Poor Chump, yeah. Malawan Pace is what made it fun mob density. Malawan Bridge was one of the most dense areas they've ever made. Just like high pressure. And it was so enjoyable. Guess I'm easy to please when it comes to video games. Being bipolar or anything that keeps me out of my head is a good thing. Yeah, I'm not exactly hard to please when it comes to this stuff. Like, ultimately, my opinions on this DLC are more neutral than a lot of other creators. Like, I don't particularly like it. I think it's got some serious missteps. But I still, like, I don't feel like my money was wasted or anything. I feel like the concepts that they presented have potential. An ear shape. I'll take that. Kind of weird it had no loot beam. And has no... Okay, that was weird. Glad it came early. This way the content's possible in Chaos Chambers early in the game's life. Yeah. We don't have to, like, burn out and then come back for what is ultimately a minimal increase to content. Like Outriders. Because there's already a lot of content in the game. So, I think the model of mirrors is sound. It's just the quality of this mirror is not fantastic. Which is, it's understandable. You know, when you experiment, not every new idea is going to immediately be a hit. So, I encourage that you guys encourage refinement rather than abandonment of new concepts. Because there's some people who they saw this mirror having its downsides, and they're like, see, this is why we should just go back to Borderlands 2. Everything that game did in that exact way. I'm like, hang on, maybe we don't throw away the project. Just, like, try it again.
Think you can make it?
When is DLC 2? We have no time frame, Chester. Chaos Chamber over Arms Race? I think they're completely incomparable as concepts, pragmatic. I think that's an apples and oranges type thing. Arms Race wasn't my main form of content for most of the game, although I did play it a lot for a while, and for what it is, I found it very enjoyable. It was something different. It was experimentation. Experimentation should always be encouraged in game development. Because if you just release the same thing endlessly, eventually it's no longer interesting. You can have a core formula and still innovate on it. And Arms Race was a good first step in that kind of format. Do I think that it could be refined into a better gameplay format? Absolutely, but I think it's a good first step. Loved Arms Race, that's just way more fun in Chambers. Me too. Maybe Chambers over DigiPeak. Even then, like, I kind of consider takedowns to be the evolution of Digipeak. And I like Digipeak, I love takedowns. I've been back to Outriders in so long, I don't even know if they ever fixed the connectivity issues for Xbox. I don't know either. Problem for me is, of all things, the DLC feels very lazy and scummy. The idea could be great, it's so poorly executed. I don't know about scummy. I think it's just ambition without substance. The concept of mirrors is cool. The concept of having a DLC that's a short area with some tiered replayability that adds more meat into the game's main substance, that being Chaos Chambers, I think that concept is very sound. I think that's a good idea, and I think that's a good way of avoiding the problem where story DLCs in previous Borderlands games had no longevity if you were not someone who just did playthroughs and nothing else. So I think this is a good way around that. The problem is the execution of the content itself in the instance of this first mirror was just kind of like a dud. The concepts are good. I do agree games need innovation and creative concepts to be fun. Look at Pokemon, same formula for 20 years. Legends was a nice change of the formula. Yeah, and it was very well received because of that. Build delete Son of a Witch, but Freezicles DPS checks me. Cryo dependence. Yeah, that's why Freezicles is kind of a terror. If you're committed to that element, he build checks you. And I like when an enemy's hard counter you like that. It forces you to be prepared for more situations. Allergies. Blech. Oh, you have to understand they can't play Borderlands series games made illegal and they're obligated to play the Gearbox games. Oh, okay. At the end of the day, I say like what you like, but don't expect everything else made by the people who made that game to be that game again. I love Borderlands 3, but do I want them to do Borderlands 3 again? No. Even peak Borderlands 3, remove all of its problems. Would I want an idealized Borderlands 3 again? No. Why have one thing twice when you could have two things? And you can have those two things as much as you want. Elden Ring is similar, but also very different to Dark Souls. Right, same formula, but innovation. Should next raid boss be immune to cryo? This is like some folks who wanted Doom 2016 2 instead of Doom Eternal. Yeah, I like that Doom Eternal was bigger and better. There are, of course, things that some people did not care for, like the enforced ammo starvation was not something that was popular with a lot of players. But the toolkit was so much wider in that game, like, it's absolute insanity. It's like having a full MMO, like, skill bar, but in a Doom game. That's ambitious as hell. I thought that was cool. And having a different preference isn't invalid. I just want to, like, make sure people know that. You're good to not like things, and you're not inherently wrong for doing so. I just think being open to new things is key. Skill ceiling in that game's insane. Yeah, I'm not very good at it, but I still have fun. I still have fun. Kids are excited for this game for the story. We love the BL2, BL3 stories. The kids checked out early in the game. Huh. Wonder why that is. Because I found the story for this game much more engaging than any of the Borderlands games, to be honest. Resident Ultra Nightmare player here. I play on Ultra Violence, because I'm not good enough for Nightmare. But I'm okay with that. Game still puts enough pressure on me. Hurt me plenty. I don't know, son's almost 12, so he doesn't really want to do anything outside his room right now. Daughter likes the game enough, she never really liked the higher difficulty stuff in BO2 3. Could be a difficulty thing. It's definitely a little more demanding than LAN's games. Which, as someone familiar with the games, who wanted more difficulty, that's a good thing to me. But I see how someone very disconnected and uninvested would, like, feel thrown off. That does make sense. I was supposed to check for bark, I forgot. I've been just cruising. Best part about Wonderlands from previous Lands games, no one screaming figure it out in my ear every 5 minutes. Meowie, that happened one time. Come on. It was one time. Now, I personally think they should be... Figure it out! I was expecting that one. I personally think they should be super based and bake in a Baby Ava reference here, just because I want to hear people get upset. Skip bark in room 2. I am aware, Tatsu. I know. I know. I said that. I literally said that. So much unskippable exposition in game story. I was waiting around more than I was fighting, though it's kind of on par for Borderlands games in general. Less than BL3. We didn't have to talk to Lilith. Is that the headcanon? Yeah. We didn't have to talk to Lilith. What was the count for talk to Lilith? 22 times? Something like that? Am I lowballing? I don't remember. It's something infuriatingly high. There's no talk to Lilith in this game, so, like, it wins by default. If I never have to talk to Lilith again, I'll be happy. Yo, same. Talk to Ava? Sure. Remember, chat, Ava bad isn't meta anymore. Understanding that Ava had a more human character arc than all of the caricatures of characters in the Borderlands. That's the real meta. Understanding that Ava was right when she called Lilith a terrible leader. That's the real meta. Based Ava enjoyers. Make it work, Donkey? Donkey's actually not bad. You get area damage boosts, you get a bunch of fire rate, you can spit bullets on that thing. It's pretty decent. Borderlands 3 done with now? No, they're running seasonal, or not seasonal events, they're running mini events. There's actually one going right now, Lil Weedo. Currently, Gigamind has raid boss HP, and there's a community challenge to kill him a bunch of times to unlock a new head skin for the community. There's they're doing 4 weeks of that for the month, I believe. One for Gigamind and then one for other Maliwan bosses. Kind of upset Wonderlands didn't really add to Lands lore-wise. I don't give a fuck about Lands lore. I want new thing. They like... Borderlands lore not being in Wonderlands is fine by me because it's not Borderlands. That's one of the reasons for the technicality and name change. Lets them just not do that. I got chumped for my C25 climb. Nice. Does From the Shadows cause dots to crit as well? Yes, it does, Detective Good. Yes, it does. Gonna have to disagree on Ava being good for the plot. When did I say Ava's good for the plot? See, I didn't say that. What I said was, she's got a better character arc than other Lands characters. And that she was right when she said Lilith sucks. That's what I said. Chaotic Swordsplosion. It's a good enchant, but maybe not what I'm looking for. Wasn't level 3 version. You can get the 1, 2, or 3 version randomly, which I don't necessarily understand, but you can get any version of Chumps. The rest doesn't really write character arcs anymore, just big story plot the characters are part of, except for the part where they wrote character arcs in this game, and in Borderlands 3, and in Borderlands 2. Like, it happened. The grind for the God Roll Swordsplosion is gonna be the death of me. Yeah.
Get the hang of this killing business. Turn into the tempest. Spell slot.
Chat. Chat. It's just that easy. Just get the drop. Just get the drop. It's just that easy. What's that ability level? It's ability crit chance and ability crit damage, or ability damage. It's crit chance and, you know, make ability better. It's just that easy. Not primordial, throw it away. Yep. Okay, so Bark is in this room. Apparently. If I'm gonna do a maker run, I'll buy the ammo upgrades. Yeah, there's Bark. Why is headcanon that made it gross? It was already this good, just, you know, slightly better. It's not like the difference between it being viable and not viable was that buff. It was already good. And this is a primordial one. It's got volatile times 3 Swordsplosion and cryo. Let's go. Assuming they updated that room to add Bark, because I didn't see him at all yesterday. Yeah, I didn't either, but I don't know. Maybe we're bad at finding stuff mask. Mission is I want to get one. Armageddon Distracted, I believe's the name. It's an Asugal. It's the Blue Hat Monstrosity mission. Actually, Quag game? Listen, sir.
Strike 'em down.
Don't tell anyone. Gun assist? This is the headcanon game creature. Got a Wyvern spell that pulls in enemies last night. Gonna try it on to get home. Yeah, those are cool. Those are real cool. Trying to find green last night too. Could have swore they didn't include it. Maybe they added it in later after, you know, pushback. Played Overwatch and shows just how much my aim sucks. My aim's a lot better in games that aren't lands games. I don't know why. Like, I don't know. I guess my brain just decides I no longer need it. Here. What does Overwatch do? I have no idea. Thank you, you're very welcome. Maybe just sensitivity? Could be. Find that a vending machine? No. You can read-only farm the quests. Someone did that and provided me with a save with the fruits of their labor. Oh, I went to this location. Ugh. Don't hit the pole. Think you get a vending machines? You can. You can. If I'm not full potato aiming through Chaos 35, my build has failed. Preach, Daniel. Preach. Love this gun. Sherman can't keep up, too much dump truck. Could you run fast with that thing dragging behind you? I don't think so. Those one sensitivity flicks are worth. Minimize ass for speed. That's just a gamer sentence. That is a true gamer sentence. Surprised you don't hear it clapping when your mushroom's running around. How much you want to bet at some point in development they had that? Before they decided, T-rated, maybe no.
C-.
No good Swordsplosion yet, Sag. Luckily, it's only Lechance, so, like, easy enough farm. I woke up here. Hi, Coco. How you doing? Holo raid? No. Holo rated cheese. Cheese rated me. Sounds like an April Fool's prank, just log in one day and no shroom ass. They did April Fool's 2 years in a row. They did Tiny Iron Bear, Tiny Action Skills in Borderlands 3. So maybe they do Tiny Mushroom Ass in this game. Or the opposite, just make it bigger. How good is cheese? Like, the person? He's pretty good. Or do you mean the food? It gets so confusing. How good's quest word, Frostbite? The Sigil? Pretty good. Pretty good, Don. Yes and yes? Okay, yeah, pretty good.
Ooh, I never get tired of that.
9,000 Cannonballer. Nice. Another non-ally Swordsplosion. Less nice. Ah yes, the booty. The consumable item, cheese, hurts my belly. Understandable. Try marshmallow? Like, are we talking about food? Are you backseating me and telling me to use a random item that has nothing to do with this build? Is that just life advice? What are we going with? I don't have a fire Swordsplosion. Ludite. Use grog. Ah, understandable. Concealable item joke. Ah. He's talking s'mores. I'd go for some s'mores. Bark is so fun when you're paying attention enough to know which attacks he's doing. How did I miss that? Oh. Oh, I forgot he's got a damage aura. You can do it, pet. You can maybe do it, pet. You can kinda do it, pet. Okay, we're good.
Yes, you.
Barch's backflip? Yeah, that's what it does when you knock it out of the front flip. Okay, full potato, understandable. First time I did Bark, I was shitting myself. Understandable, Bark's scary. Actually, do I have... I always forget which Swordsplosions I have. I do.
So squishy and gross.
Stop giving me the pop-up about soul chests, game. What are you doing? You're better than this. I mean, your UI isn't, but your gameplay is.
Oh no, I don't have a nap time. I only have energy drinks and dynamite.
Wings of death!
Stop shooting when I shouldn't have. Hey Taco, how you doing? Good to see you.
My toys. On my list. Don't bring me snacks. You're rude. Prepare to meet your maker.
Now you...
I hate when they do that. Do raid bosses drop gear right after the fight when you don't have enough time to pick it up? If they drop anything there, it's world drops. That's why their dedicated loot comes from the maker herself dropping items for you. Yeah, I need a shock Swordsplosion. I need that.
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
So I could use non-Ellie here. I could use non-Ellie. Alright, how are you? Doing great. Doing great.
Money tonight.
I choose you!
Oh, ow. Yeah, this is pretty good considering I'm unprepared for this, and I think I've done the Maker like twice ever on this build. I should not be using a plate mail. I keep forgetting I'm wearing it. It's really nice for some things, and then just not for others. using this.
Ah, that's the good stuff.
Money tonight.
Yeah, this is what matching elements does. The voice line of Pokemon reference? Probably. Gearbox devs write in the Gearbox writers are just like very pop culture aware. What happens when she critical fails? She takes damage. It's actually pretty funny. She can die from that. So in theory, you could win this fight if you just wait for her to roll enough ones. Sub 20 maker. That's pretty cool. I should keep this equipped for maker runs. Let's customize. Keep that on for Bunny. Cryo for Gloop. Headcannon for mobbing. Yeah. Cool. Pacifism build? You could try it, yeah. Stormclaw. Skills are trying, but passives aren't. Cape of Tides. Not a great class combo for that. Got 11,000 crystals from a 20-minute run. It's not bad. I didn't elite any rooms either, and I took minimal curses. You get a lot more. Felt pretty good. How'd the Swordsplosion do on Bark? Need you the parry still? I used a Ludite fusion. I want to get a Fire Swordsplosion before I use it on Bark. I could use a non-Ellie next. Why customize? You can cry as a community and get 1 OP gun. So inefficient. You're onto something there, Rohit. Alright, we'll save the other 5,000 for different bunnies. I have bad enchant on my new ×3 Cryo Swordsplosion, and it's still just incredible. Oh yeah, oh yeah. You don't even need an enchant on it, to be honest. Like, it's just that good. It's truly just that good. I have 16 Kettle Drum. That's 12 Kettle Drum. I haven't gotten an 18 Body Rocker yet today. Which kind of surprises me a little bit. Put a lot into this bunny. I wanted Sniper Bunny too. I wanted ×2 Sawmills. Does Reaper Bones trigger amnesia? It does. That's the entire basis of my Bereaver gun build, Ember. I played it a little bit on stream today. One ×18 Body Rocker just got a Volatile. I have a couple, I just want more. But thanks, Don. And honestly, Swordsplosion is just better now. But I don't anticipate Swordsplosion staying how it is. That said, you know, Spellshot's gotten buffed twice. Pixies haven't been touched, so maybe I'm just full of shit. Swordsplosion lasts slightly longer than 10k Schluter. You know, 100k Schluter? I don't know, they don't seem as willing to reduce player power in a meaningful way in this game. Great bow. I don't care if they reduce the damage as long as it's still good damage, keep the fire and projectile speed changes. Swordsplosion was just plain unfun to use before. Right. The fire rate and projectile speed made it enjoyable. It does not need to be the strongest gun in the game to be enjoyable. But it feels better to shoot now, and I want that to stay at least. Times 4 sawmill. Fire. It's low mag, and not even chaotic. Today I got 10 pellet times 18. Oh, 10 pellet 18 times shoddy and 18 pellet 10 times shoddy. So F me. Those are still good though. Those are still good. Getting the 18 and 18 is very specific parts. Very specific parts. You can get a 13 18 and a 18 10. Those are still good. Enchantment on this could be better, I think. I'll keep it for flavor. What script or coercion method are you guys using for that 18 body rocker? I found only one so far. I haven't gotten any today, Rohith, and I've put, you know, like 100,000 crystals into the shotgun bunny, so clearly mine ain't working. Still can't kill drill. My Dreadwind build burned through all my ammo for his third stage. Gear swap. Put on gun rings. Get mag size boosts for your stickies. Yesterday I got a Primordial Ruby Spy with increased damage on the bottom and fire rate increase. Exactly what I wanted. It's my luck for the year. Let's go.
Come on, have some fun.
Congrats on that one, Jay.
The storm takes flight. Thanks for the one-up. Energy's empty.
These crystals of buy buffs if you're struggling, it's still a thing, unless you don't expect to. This part of the Borderlands series? Yes and no. So this is a new IP. It is separate from the Borderlands series, but it is a spin-off franchise from the Borderlands franchise. So it's not a mainline Borderlands games, there's not Borderlands in the name, and they did that so that they have more creative license to kind of leave out things you associate with Borderlands, like sirens and vaults and traditional stuff like that. So it's similar, very similar core gameplay, but with a lot of innovations that people would probably be a little upset if they had done in a mainline game. So I'm glad they sort of created a clear divide. But if you like Borderlands, you'll like this. Think of it how Sekiro isn't a Dark Souls game, but it's like super similar. And Elden Ring is basically Dark Souls 4 with, you know, changed names. different but the same.
Can't wait to throw some spills.
Really wish all Torgs had the same sticky mult. I think one of the very few things keeping Torg stickies from being more unbalanced than they are is that they are parts dependent. I don't think they should all have the same. Make getting the power a little too accessible. Elden Ring is 3 Souls games in a trench coat, yeah. Sekiro's my favorite. Sekiro's cool.
Falcon's fury.
Couldn't get past Genichiro in his 3rd phase. That game is so pattern-oriented that, I don't know if any of you guys saw, this was not last GDQ, but I think it was the one before now. Time is weird. But there is a very impressive, blindfolded run of Sekiro. 2-hour run of the game, blindfolded, doing completely off of, knowing patterns, the distance that certain skills send you forward, and audio cues. That's how pattern-oriented that game is. It's a very skillful sort of game to learn. The best way method to farm the headcanon, doing the quest would be the most consistent Demon Karasu. If you've already done the quest, then you'd be looking at farming vendors. You're gonna save quit the shortest loading screen for any non-Chaos Chamber vendor. The Chaos Chamber vendors seem to just be bad. Don't hit the barrel, don't hit the barrel, don't hit the barrel. No! Fuck. You played Yakuza? I have not. Played everything except Demon Souls, need a PS5 for the remake. Demon Souls is one of those games that it's, it hasn't aged great. Even the remake's like, oh. It's very simple. Worst glue puzzles in this run? Yeah, I hate the glue locations in this room. They're so annoying. See, like, it just hits the stairs. You know, I'm just not gonna do glue this run. I don't care that much about it. I'd rather just play more Vidya game. Post encounter frozen vengeance damage annoys me so much. Yup, I feel you, Stump. Such little change to the Demon Souls remakes, honestly disappointing. Basically the exact same game down to the code, a fresh coat of paint. Isn't that the point of a remake? No? Like, isn't that the point? Because if you call it a reimagining, then it's like, okay, well, I expect some differences. But with a remake, it's make the thing but new.
Never a moment's peace.
I haven't used Executioners in a while to trigger passives, so you're gonna have to be way more specific than that, John. What do you mean by passives?
That's more like it. The stuff.
Melee passives? What do you mean by melee passives? Like, what does that mean? Could you be more specific instead of, like, such as what? Hilt mods. Okay, that's way different. No, nothing except for swinging your melee weapon triggers hilt mods. There's a couple of hilt mods on unique weapons that will affect other things passively, such as Spellblade affects anything that is damage source melee. The same with Goblin's Bane, Diamond Guard Sword. But hilt mods are only triggered by your actual physical melee swing connecting with something. Yes and no. My personal opinion, they could have at least tweaked it so the bugs in the original game weren't present. That's just me. Maybe I'm being too critical. It's just expecting more. Well, bug fixes, yeah. Bug fixes are something that should be part of a, you know, any sort of updated re-release. If you have an opportunity to fix bugs, yeah, fucking do it. I agree with you there. Absolutely. Whether it's a remake, remaster, reimagine, whatever, part of the modernization process should be the ironing out of bugs. I agree with that. Slightly off topic, but it reminded me that it exists. What do you guys think about that Dead Space remake, I think is the term they're using, that they're doing? Seems neat. Dead Space 1 and 2 are phenomenal games, and Dead Space 3 was a fun game that was a terrible Dead Space game and was riddled with, like, the start of EA microtransaction bullshit. So, I don't know what direction it'll go. I'm kind of worried. It's like, it all depends on which era of Dead Space they're trying to emulate the most. I know it's a remake of the first one, but, like, you know how these things can still, vary. I think Dead Space 2 is just one of my favorite games, period. Doesn't make my top 5, but it makes my top 10. Burnout Paradise Remaster Sag. Is that a thing? Down for remakes of older games. They've been doing a lot of CRPG remakes. All the old AD&D ones. So, Baldur's Gate series, Icewind Dale. I think they did Planescape Torment. Why can't I speak? Ugh. You know what I'm talking about. They did all those. Giving Dead Space 2 away on Prime offers right now. Ooh, snatch up that game, chat. If you don't mind scary games, Dead Space 2 is one of the last great survival horror games. Finished Dead Space 2 on hardcore? I did. Big Dead Space fan. Volatile Swordsplosion. That's low damage. Chaotic Swordsplosion with Spore Fuse. Huh. Guess I should take that because of the enchant. Kind of crazy they buffed Torg, fixed Swordsplosion sticky, then buffed some more. Yeah, they did multi-layer. They went try-hard mode, and they could have not. They maybe should have not. It's your #1 favorite game. You can do exclamation point top 5 for my top 5 favorites. Things kind of waffle within those 5. But it'd be either Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2 or Mass Effect 2. It varies moment to moment which of those is my favorite. Ah, Command's almost a year old now. Holy shit. Dead Space 2 is a better game in terms of horror, but Dead Space 3 had better systems. Fun fact, you didn't have to spend a dime for any of the microtransactions. You farm for it all in-game. Right, Demon Car. So you didn't have to do the microtransactions, but it didn't change the fact that most of the game's DLC content was microtransaction-based. The game wasn't tuned to the point where you needed it. It was still very annoyingly present. I didn't like that. But I think Dead Space 3 had some pretty cool core game mechanics, for sure. And it functioned very well as both an action game and a co-op game. But not for a second was that game at all scary, which is a big tragedy. Until the story DLC, Awakened, went back to horror, which was pretty neat. Unfortunately, the series got canceled after that point, so we never saw any resolution. How did you hit me?
Appreciate the assist in the war. Dying ain't die.
Oh, you're gonna die so bad, dude. Like, so bad. It's just, man, it's really just embarrassing. Die when you got it.
Only thing to fear is fear itself, and microtransactions. The reason why I brought up my microtransaction thing is because it's proof the devs were trying their hardest not to be as scummy as EA wanted them to be. That is a good reason to bring that up.
Those were my favorite
Frog, you've been doing non-land stream lately? Just Wonderland 6 days a week. I've not done a non-land stream in a while, Meowie. Just been kind of Wonderland since it came out. Played through Dead Space 2 once, played through Dead Space 3 I think 8 times with different friends. I think I played through 3 more than 2 just because playing it with different friends, yeah. 2 different departments worked on the patch. One worked on Torg buff, other worked on Swordsplosion. There's no communications. But why was there a Torg buff at all? Aren't they renaming Knights of the Old Republic, or is that Fallen Order? Remaking Knights of the Old Republic? Yeah, they're remaking the first one. Yep. I believe it's going to be a PS5 release? PS5 and PC? I'll say it's kind of amazing to think you could spend so much time in Borderlands without it being in your top 5. Remember, I also have way more time in games that are not in my top 5 compared to those that are in it. Yeah, my top 3 most played games are not in my top 5. Might not even make my top 10. Borderlands 3 might make my top 10. But yeah, yeah. Tor buffs this week, Spell Shot and Pixie adjustments next week, hopefully. I think Mr. Torg himself came to the office to work on this hotfix. Number 5, not word 5, please. If you want to see it. Distinction between best game and game best and burning time not getting old. Right. Like BL3, 6,000 hours. I played the shit out of that game. More than 6,000. Like 6,250, something like that. But it's not in my top 5. I love the game, but I don't love it like that. Got a Pokemon game, not get on there. If we made a top 10, there'd probably be a Pokemon game on there. Probably. There's too many games though. I've been gaming my whole life basically. So I've played enough that I'm just sometimes at a loss for ranking them. I think I play Borderlands 2 more than any other game. That being said, I think Borderlands 3 is better in every way. Yeah, right. You can play a game and like it and still think something else is an improvement over it. Or just better in general. Yeah, Kevin, you are a cat. I'm glad you recognize that. That's very cat of you. Best and most replayable aren't the same thing, but it helps. It can contribute, yeah. Viewers, Quag. Our Lens Games business or pleasure? Quag, yes. Yeah. I would not have streamed Borderlands 3 for so many hours if I didn't enjoy it. I don't stream anything I don't enjoy. Like, it would seem disingenuous. If I was that much of a sellout to, like, just want views to grow, I'd be playing Warzone, Fortnite, Tarkov, all that stuff, and hating every minute of it. But I play what I like. Yeah, cat. What are you doing? Selling bathwater like the rest of them. Don't tell them, Irish. I'm sure there's at least 2 people in this chat right now who thought I was respectable until you said that. I pay good money to watch Quag floss in Fortnite. Meowie, what if I told you there's a ward in this game that spawns a pet that default dances?
Turn up. Talent of the Tempest. Magic's dry. Let's get casting and blasted.
What about default dance? The counter feint ward from the DLC. When your ward breaks, it spawns a little purple guy who will stand there and default dance and taunt all the enemies by doing it. A place where I can post a build concept, Chillmonger's Bonkers. Yeah, join the Discord, our Harley hero. We got a Wonderlands channel. Exclamation point Discord. And we talk all kinds of theory and stuff in there. What is it called? Counter feint. Here, I'll spell it out for you. Accidentally randomized my character's appearance, feels bad, man. I wish they had a confirmation on that too, Castrum. Yeah, like I've ruined characters doing that. I'm sorry. Thank you. You're welcome. Seen enough shooter gameplay to know that not being able to aim isn't the end all of success. I can aim better in actual shooters days when I, like, have to. But I don't enjoy those games anyway, so, like... Yeah, my shooter days are pretty much done outside of looter shooters. I don't get much enjoyment out of those games anymore. Here's my toxic shitpost. I'll find it. PvP was fun when I was 14? Yeah. You won't be able to stream those games because you can't aim. Well, I can, but I get the joke. Default dance is real. You didn't believe me, did you, Mikey? It's a thing. I wouldn't believe me either. It's fine. They don't get any enjoyment out of you either. Ouch. Well played. Quag game. Hey, Silent. Minecraft Hunger Games too competitive for me. I don't know enough about that to know if that's a shitpost or not. Like, the whole Minecraft thing missed me by a bit, age-wise. I was in high school when Minecraft on mobile came out. And then I was a working adult when the second wave of Minecraft kind of resurged. So, like, it just kind of missed me. Can someone tell me why at Chaos level 20 and my level 39 triggering Ice Spike is still the best spell I can find? Ice Spikes are cracked. Ice Spikes are real strong. Stop playing competitive shooters when I quit Overwatch. Still fun on games. Nice. Really wish you had a PS5. You think you really love Returnal shooter roguelite builds? I don't own a PS5. I've been considering getting one, but I have other expenses I need to address first. And, in the event I really want to play a PS5 game, which I do, I want to play Forspoken when that comes out this fall. There's one I can borrow for stream content if need be. Only bad Ice Spike I know of is the ×7 base one. Yeah, that one's like... And bad in quotes. It's just not as good as the others. It's absolutely not bad. It's just a noticeable step down. These fucking loot Cyclops. The sounds they make, I just... Something about the sound design really... I don't like it.
Come on then, let's get this over with.
I hate that sound. Please stop. Please stop. I hate that. I hate it. I hate it so much. Actually makes me feel physically ill. That sound loot Cyclops. Ugh. My head hurts. You know, I was having bad UI bugs again since the hotfix. They never really stopped, Fleece. They got better, but they never stopped. This game's UI is a disaster. Work to tell you the little thing was around a bit too well. Yeah, I don't like that. Yo, K6, how's it going? Thank you for the raid, I appreciate it. How'd stream go? What'd you get up to? We were just, we were just talking about how awful loot enemy sounds are. I'm sure you guys know. But how was stream? How's the donks? Currently, we are, Torg addicts. I'm just using a lot of Torg. This is the headcannon, which is one of my favorite guns in the game, and it absolutely slaps. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Loot enemies sound like a treasure chest. They sound like a treasure chest made out of chalkboards and nails. Like the headcanon, wish it could enchant? Yeah, that would help it. That would help it. Oh, here's a neat little thing about the headcanon for any headcanon enthusiasts. So, not only did the global torque buff affect it, but the other neat thing, if you use a corrupted plate mail, you get 2 explosions when you crit instead of 1. Because plate mail is able to trigger certain on-hit effects for the portion it converts. Yes, sirens. Yes, I hear you. So you get 2 explosions. Kind of one of those weird lands game moments. Like, why does it do that? I don't know, but it's fun. Which gun do I use for this? Ah, this one. There's something about the plate mail. Plate mail's really good. Plate mail's a Mara infusion? Yeah. So, have you experienced the absolute death machine that is the new Swordsplosion K6? It's kind of terrifying. I like the feel updates they did to the gun. Like, the projectiles are faster, the fire rate's better, it doesn't feel as sluggish to shoot anymore. That bit's cool, just the damage is insane now, though. Hey, Neverfind, how you doing? Hearing sirens, which one, Ava or Tannis? It was pretty loud, so maybe Ava. But, for anyone from the raid who doesn't know me, I'm Quag. I do build stuff. I'm also on the Wonderlands team. And I'm a flak addict, and this is kind of my attempt at a flak-like build. We're even using a Spectral Talons because it reminds me of Rack Attack. Yeah, I don't have a problem. You have a problem. Flak best. Flak is amazing. I'm not crying, you're crying. Quack and K6 my 2 faves. Oh, I appreciate that. Gearbox just likes to play with our emotions, buff Swordsplosion so they can nerf us back down to reality, you think? If they do adjust it down, I want the feel stuff to stay. Like the fire rate, the projectile speed, because like the gun didn't feel good before, and now it does. I'd like that to stay intact, even if they decide the damage is too much. Because how things feel is important. Like, even if something's good in a game, if it's not enjoyable to use, ugh. Just Sticky's getting nerfed seems fine. Yeah. Yeah.
Falconer's Fury!
It's barred. It's worse than it's blood.
So that's the way it's gonna be, eh? Why blame you for trying? Out of spell slots!
Oh no, I don't have enough time. Energy drinks and dynamite!
Sorry, 1 second, chat. I'm attempting to get better at Bark. Trying to do it no hit. Just need to practice this boss more.
More combat. More!
Okay, there we go. No, liquid cooling felt easy, but can they adjust the damage back a bit? No, the gun's still good. Liquid cooling went from like a top 3 weapon to a top 10 weapon.
Oh, you pissed me off. Just take the reward. And get out of
Can Stormhammer proc Blast Shell? Yes. I was playing around with it last night. I was killing the chance faster with the Queen's Cry. It was about the same as the ×2 Ludite. Do you have a lot of spell damage in your spec, Leroy? Because the big advantage of Queen's Cry is that not only the bullets, but the meteors it calls scale with your spell damage boosts. So that means you can stuff a pretty good damage formula into that. Liquid Cooling's still strong by Stab with Spell Shot? Exactly what K6 said. Liquid Cooling's one of those things where access matters, and Stab with Spell Shot not only can put a lot of damage formula into it, but you can make it crit a lot if you're using From the Shadows. And the thing with the liquid cooling that you gotta remember, ignore card damage. It's not really a good metric of how things do. Liquid cooling shoots forever as long as you have stuff in your backpack to feed it, and as long as you can crit. And that's very valuable. That's extremely valuable. So it's still a very worthwhile gun to have. Make tacos, BRB? Sounds good. Sounds good. Maybe make the max be 15% for the stickies, that could help. Depends on the stickies. So, like, the go-to non-unique Torg shotguns have an 18% sticky multiplier. A 3% reduction of that doesn't really accomplish too much. Now, Swordsplosions is 30%, so reducing that to 15, that could do a lot. Launchers have up to 75%. And I don't know if gutting them all the way down to 15 would be necessary. Assault rifles, I want to say they're 36%? Pistols are 35. I don't remember the assault rifle mold off the top of my head. But they're all kind of different. And those are just the quote-unquote best sticky mults per item class I gave. There's multiple combinations based on parts. So like some shotguns can have 10%, some can have 30, etc, etc. Liquid cooling pretty decent on bird builds too. Yeah, it's still a good gun. It's just, the key thing with liquid cooling is it no longer replaces knowing how your build deals damage. So before, you could take a liquid cooling, slap it on anything, including a melee build, with no investment to gun damage and stuff, and it would still carry you hard. Now, you need to know what to put into it to get it to perform, but it still does once you do that. And it's kind of one of those deceptive things. The card damage is not indicative of the performance. It's got a visually unimpressive card damage, but so do lots of other things. The White Rider has a very visually unimpressive card damage, but this gun slaps. So think of it like that. If you remember in BL3, the Cutsman had very low card damage its entire life, but the Cutsman was good. It's another example like that. What are some other guns like that from previous games, chat? Help me out. Low card damage, but did very well. Ooh, times 18 2-mag body rocker. So this is 18 projectiles, 18% sticky mult. Times 3 frost, volatile Swordsplosion. Gonna study now because I should. Doing it. Now I'm doing it happy. Nice, done. Anarchy? Yeah, Anarchy's effect stacked up and gave it the effective damage, but on the card initially, nothing fantastic compared to lots of others. That's a good crossblade. Frost and Poison isn't my favorite combo, but Volatile 8-mag? I haven't used the crossblade much since they changed the status effect. How does it feel for applying dots now? Face Puncher? Face Puncher did not have a super high card damage. Yeah, that's a good one. Pimper, no? Yep. Crossblade would be amazing for my build. So jealous. Crossblade's great. I love that gun. It's so unique. That's something I really like about the unique guns in this game. And even returning ones. Like the Swordsplosion, with how they reworked the... they fixed the bug where the sticky mode wasn't doing what it was supposed to. They increased the fire rate and projectile speed. Swordsplosion is a new take on an old thing. It doesn't feel like a reused item. It feels new. And then the new guns in this game, they all have so much personality. Like the White Rider feels good. The Crossblade feels good. I just like how uniques feel in this game. Rain of Arrows is badass. Very hard to use, but very rewarding. People on YouTube saying Crossblade only good now after the buff. Well, that's interesting considering the damage didn't change, just the status chance. It's weird. Coercion doesn't work, he says, except an 18 body rocker suddenly sus. It's not Ellie, it's not even chaotic. It's going into my storage, if I can find it. See, I have this one already, so that one doesn't really interest me. But I'm glad I got it. Forgot I got that Calamity. That's for science purposes. Alright, what can I use in the next run? Oh, you guys want to see real flak vibes? I got you. We'll use a kettle drum. Real flak hours out here.
Come on, have some fun.
YouTube comments? Ah, comments. What was the Hyperion SMG that dropped from Odin? Redistributor. Yes, that was another one that the card damage wasn't anything fantastic, but the actual performance was dictated heavily by the effect. Okay, this is an HP bugged run. I do good damage, but I don't do that much damage. Seen plenty of people talking about post-nerf Bustmeister, and the only thing changed about the item is a bug fix. Yeah, like, the performance of that item hasn't changed. Give me like 5 minutes. Sounds good, Mikey.
Strike them down.
Hey Felicia, how you doing? What just happened while you quit? I had a bug that was increasing, or sorry, that was causing enemy health to not scale up with my chaos level. So I could tell that was happening because enemies were dying from things that should not have been killing them. So occasionally, enemies will not have proper health values, and I do not want to benefit from any bugs like that in my gameplay, so I save quit to get rid of the bug. If you see an enemy dying from like a 9,000 hit on Chaos 35, you have the bug. So, like, I know how my damage works on this build, and I know that I'm not one-shotting a troll with this shotgun. That just ain't happening. 2, maybe. Sure. But 1? No. Ooh, Pandemicium. Love that armor. Thanks for letting me know. You're very welcome. Yeah, it's a super annoying bug. I hope they fix that in the next patch. I like to know that my success is because my build is good, not because the game decided to not load 35 difficulty levels worth of HP. Last night, after 1 FPS, my audio went dark till I save quit. Huh, that sounds annoying. Not heard of that one yet. Build that doesn't one-shot all content must be bad build then. Yep. I only make bad builds, Stace. You know this by now.
The storm takes flight.
Audio came back after reload, finishing the Chaos Chamber run. Huh. Well, audio came back. Welcome back, Mikey. Any guaranteed way to get quest items at max higher tiers? Saving the quests until you have higher tiers available is one way. Otherwise, you're just going to have to get lucky from vendors. Check every vendor you walk by. Because this is the headcanon. It's a quest reward item. Really? Who designed this? Is Donkey only best at ×2? I mean, depends on how well you can sustain the ammo. First assessment, get a chance. Sounds good. I will check that after stream. I hate having to do these weird movements to get good angles on this. Sometimes I just want to take shortcuts and I get impatient and... Bleh. Ugh. Mini event going on right now gives you a higher chance to find quest reward and vendor if you complete the quest already. I know it feels better to get them authentically. I don't know if you'll feel that way after farming them for a while. I personally would like for there to be a more accessible way to get quest rewards. Especially because there's some I want to try out more builds. Like, I have not used a Heck Waiter at endgame at all yet, because I just haven't seen it in vendors. And I want a Heck Waiter. For this build, in fact. For this build. There's a literal one right here. I want to use a Heck Waiter. I just don't have one. And I've been unable to get one. A primordial Heck Waiter would be pretty sick. Volatile blue cake, nice. 2 volatile blue cakes. And a chaotic. Okay, proof of part variance here. This chaotic is 4,000, and this volatile is under 4,000. Part swing is huge in this game. Why can't they world drop pre-sequel style? Well, that would be terrible. Do you want to have to check blues in every map you ever go to? No, that'd be awful. Just give them their own place. Is that Heck Waiter? Waiter as in wading through things. It's a fire SMG that shoots in a pentagram pattern. What's the special in the Amalgam class mod? Instead of having a special effect or anything, it just rolls 2 more passives. 2 more passives. So instead of other armors like this one having 3, Amalgam has 5. Also be nice if the quest rewards don't drop at 39 and hit them at 40. Yeah. Yeah. That would be nice if that changed. Talk about your build possible in the future. What do you mean? The reason I don't like checking Discord during stream is because tabbing out of OBS to Discord has crashed my stream more than once. Armor roll and armor defense. That would be cool if that was available in the future. Yeah, that'd be neat. We are going to get a bunch more class combinations with skills whenever the 7th class comes out. Because think about it, it's going to have a combination with every existing class. So it'd be really interesting if we got some skills that don't currently roll that way. Like, there's no alchemical agent armor right now. And you could do some really cool stuff if you could get that deep in Stabomancer tree without having to invest the actual points. And unarmored defense is another one. Hey, Mr. Blackeye, thank you so much for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Hope you continue to enjoy the community, and I hope you get some good use out of all the perks. Emotes, ad-free viewing, Siren free viewing. A lot of those today. Extra channel points, all the good stuff. Thank you so much for the support. Two matchups with every class, 12 more armors. Yeah. Hyler Hero did a good build idea, just something doesn't yet exist. Ah. Okay, with the Amalgam, it's possible to get multiple rolls in passive. Example, triple higher gun damage roll. No Pandora's Bricks. So it will roll one stat from 1 stat per cluster. There are 6 stat clusters is how armors work. Amalgam will roll 5 of the 6 clusters, and it will only roll 1 stat per cluster. If you do exclamation point armor, it will link you the resource we use to show what class combos roll which skills and how armor passive generation works. So if you're in doubt over whether something can exist or does exist, or if you see an item you're not sure is legit, that spreadsheet's a good tool. I love how much I melee in my gun builds in this game. Maybe it's because I have this melee weapon, Echo Amp Twin Soul, so I have a lot of incentive to melee. Also, Sabomancer stuff. But it just feels nice to integrate different parts of the combat together. This game does that very well. It's mean to do it before, sorry it took so long. I'll check my funds. No, nothing to be sorry about. I appreciate the support, it means a lot. Love the fonts in this game. Me too, Pragmatic, me too. That's a high roll for a chaotic, but still non-Ellie. Not getting very many elemental ones. And when I do, they're usually not even chaotic. Kind of annoying. Oh yeah, this is a maker run. Cool. Really want the title font for my Twitter banner. Name my Spore companion that as well, just spelled and pronounced different. It's D-O-G, like spelling out dog. Nice, Zazzle. Can I one-cycle Bunny without my full health enchant? About to find out. I don't think I can, but like, we'll find out. Oh, no, I stickied myself. Now I definitely can't. I got too close. It was awkward. That's fine. You have any thoughts on how they can rejuvenate the endgame grind? I don't really feel like they need to, personally. That's just for my taste. I like the Chaos Chamber a lot. I've been wanting something exactly like the Chaos Chamber from these games for a while. So I'm kind of happy with what's available for me. But something they could do to build on it that I think would make everybody happy is capitalizing on the fact that they have these playlists within the Chaos Chamber. So they've got normal, they've got extended, they've got featured. They could do formats to cater to different playstyles. So like, for example, they could have a no boss run for people who do not like the difficulty level of bosses in this game. They could have an obelisk rush run. They could have a survival mode run, where you just kind of have waves come at you in one room, and you just do that for a long time. You know, they could do lots of different things with the framework of the Chaos Chamber. That's something I think would be pretty cool. We've already seen some experimentation with the structure of the featured run. We had one that was extended, we have one that started you off with a curse. Adventure mode with objectives. You mean like Diablo adventure mode? How would that work in this game? Like the bounties in that game? What just hit me? I took that hit and I lost my full health enchant. That's annoying.
Wings of death.
Sounds a little ambitious, Cryptarch, but like, I'm open to experimentation. I like it.
Man, I hate broccoli. Tastes like green butt lights, you know what I mean?
Really gonna make me do another cycle loop? I'll kill you here. That was awkward. You should add crafting this game, craft your own guns and stuff. Yeah, they're never doing that. They're never ever doing that. About 3 separate places in the game they make fun of crafting systems. Actually, yeah, I'd say there's a comfy 0% chance of Gearbox adding crafting. Well, that was a big chunk. I don't stack constantly after you finish the room in the Chaos Chamber. Is the water getting you? Ready for the challenge runs with like whites only or arms race kind of thing? Yeah.
I am your maker. Can't fight me.
I think with this Ludite, I can just ignore the bunnies, honestly. If I happen to kill any with play the angles, like that, I'll miss the Maker. That's all part of my plan. I should probably run a healing sigil for this. I'm gonna get hit by that attack because I stopped there. Oh, that's awkward.
Project's back on the menu.
Cool. Expect seasonal content, Maurice? Absolutely. Absolutely. Daze doesn't, but Daze is a pessimist. You just kill God? Yeah. I mean, what do you mean? I'm still here. Nights are better than days anyways. Holy lots of gems. Yeah, doing maker runs on the featured, you get a lot. And this was without taking extra curses. This was without eluding any rooms. You can get a lot. Get like 2k per run. It scales based on your chaos level, which kind of run you're doing. And the raid bosses at the end, which I just did all 4, give you quite a lot. Might be dyslexic, you're a dog. Best for holding in-season events with area issues and changing decor to match would be cool. Yeah, that'd be very cool. I like that a lot, Emily. That's a good idea. Screen switch on featured after all. Yeah, like, no one found it the first day. There's some tinfoil suggesting they added it in or something. I don't know. I haven't paid much attention. But yeah, it's in the second room. It's in the second room. Jump again for Chaos Climb. Got it easy this time, huh, Capone? Poor Chums just has no health. I feel so bad for him. And also, when looking to compare Ring on the Ground doesn't show both the rings you have to compare. Yeah, UI moment. I have negative expectations for the UI in this game. So, I doubt it could attempt to show a second ring without crashing. Or an ad through hotfix can tell you that. Thank you for the insight there, Dex. You guys, I love cats. They're great. Evil and awful, also great. Oh, not all cats are evil and awful. Right, Kevin? Kevin's great. Yeah, Kevin, you are a good boy. UI might be Wonderland's Achilles heel. It's the only thing I can say that I completely dislike about this game. Like, the fonts are pretty, the HUD... No, the stuff we're seeing right now is great. But the UI design is not at all designed for functionality.
I believe there's a Kevin near you.
I can pet the... Cat, what are you doing? I can pet the pet. Yeah. It's in a strange place in the second room. It's, so if you're facing the exit, turn around and it's on the wall. So it's like between the starting point and the exit, on that wall that you spawn in kind of facing on your left. I'd like to be able to transfer characters from PS5 to PS4, play with kids on cross-console. Yeah, I don't know the technical aspects of that, but backwards gen stuff tends not to be possible. Love the game, change elemental gimmicks in endgame. Like, make elements more interesting, Kalani. Like, in BL1, shock damage would stun things. That kind of thing. I'd be on board with something like that, yeah. Another crossblade, volatile, but I don't like the 2 mags personally. Faith will fix split screen for real next big patch? Hopefully. I think they're very aware of how disliked the UI for the game is. Hopefully that translates to some meaningful change. Ooh, ×3 volatile. Please and thank you. Non-elemental. I've not had much luck getting elemental Swordsplosions today. A 1-mag crossblade? No thank you. I can't spam that. They fixed it in BL3 just months later? Yeah. Also quite often get an item card that's stuck in the middle when I open my inventory. Yeah, there's a bunch of very easily replicated UI things. Things like this. The difference between the ×1 and ×3 Swordsplosion is just silly. I think it's fine because ×1 is a clear winner in bossing and ×3 is a clear winner in mobbing. And ×3 has the caveat of absolutely murdering your ammo supply. So I think that's, I think the variants relative to each other are well balanced. Now, the Swordsplosion relative to every other gun in the game is not well balanced. But the two variants of itself, I think, are fine compared to each other. Mostly just dumping moon orbs here. I already have a volatile Swordsplosion with that exact roll. Actually, this one has a little more fire rate than this one. Yeah, this one has a fire rate part. So this will be a very slight upgrade. But I mostly just don't like leaving moon orbs capped for too long. It feels wasteful. You can fire the ×1 like an AR? You can! UI still overlaps cards when comparing inventory for some people and some not. It's annoying. Yeah, it's not great. Pretty sure Swordsplosion is going to carry me till C35. Got a shotgun with good enchantment rips. Yeah, it's one of those guns. Swordsplosion is just the you've won the game item. You know how the free radical was that in Borderlands 3? You got a free radical at any point, you're like, oh cool, I don't need to worry about my guns at all anymore, indefinitely. Swordsplosion is now that for this game. Whether you like it or hate it, that's just the reality. So it's a crazy gun. This is the best one I've gotten so far. The ×1 non-LE Primordial. I don't know how the damage range is on that. I think I could have a better fire rate. So confused as what enchants stack and which don't. If it is the same enchant, it does not stack. If it is a different enchant, they works together. It's very simple. So you cannot have two of Spellcast 30% Frost. Those don't stack. You could have that and any other enchant active at the same time. So as long as it's not identical, you're good. Tried a 29 ×3 on Chaos 20 and it worked. So that's definitely true. Well, there you go. So, if it's spellcast but fire, does that work? As long as it is not the same exact enchant, it works. It can be the same trigger. As long as it's not the same enchant, it works. So you could have spellcast fire, spellcast frost, it works. Both work together. As long as they're not the same one. If it's worded the exact same way, then I think it doesn't stack. As long as it's not the same one. So, same trigger, different element, means different enchant. So, yeah, this is gonna be it for stream today. Just no copy paste? Right. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Thank you for all the raids, all the gift subs, the bits, the tips, the resubs, the new subs, all that stuff. You guys are amazingly supportive. What day of the week is tomorrow? Tomorrow is Saturday. I haven't done a variety stream in a while. I've been just doing Wonderland streams 6 days a week since it came out. There's like a slight chance I do variety, but more than likely, I can't put this game down. I can't. ASS and ASA Melee works. As long as it's not the same exact enchant, it works together. If it's not identical, it works. Let's find somewhere for you guys to go. We'll do a quick little raid. Toleido's more Wonderlands? Probably, Mr. Adblock. Probably. Lazy's doing his thing. Dame's playing Bioshock. Nice. Alec's still on, but every time I raid Alec, I extend his stream. And I never want to keep him too, like, busy. I always feel bad. Let's go to Lazy. Let's go to Lazy. Tizzle? What's Tizzle doing? Tomb Raider? How long has Tizzle been on? Let's check. He's on a not game screen right now. He's probably doing just chatting stuff. Alright, let's go to Lazy. When in doubt. Mr. Adblock, I almost typed Lazy Daddy for the raid because of you. Okay, Stump has decided that's the raid message. So, you know what? Sure. Sure. For context, that was a text-to-speech mispronunciation of another thing. No actual toes were harmed in the making of this raid message. It was an uwu-fied Torg. These chatters are cursed. Anyway, copy that. Let's go say hi to Lazy. He's doing build stuff as well. He appears to be melting things with Swordsplosion. So have a wonderful rest of your day, weekend, etc. I'll see you next time, and thank you again for all the love and support. Bye!